Yep, I've got the notification. We are live.
Yep.
Hello, everybody waiting in the chat room tonight. Very pleased to say that Santos Bonacci is with us. We have Sun and Moon Group. We have Dee, Patricia, Judith from Israel, Patricia and Dee and Mia from the UK. Series is from Holland. And we've got Matt with us. So I asked Santos to come on today because Matt wanted to talk to Santos. Matt, the floor is yours. You've got to unmute yourself though, Matt.
Yeah.
Hello?
Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. All right.
The floor is now yours, Matt, to talk to Santos. So
All right.
just start talking.
I've only watched probably 2 or 3 of his videos, and the one that really was all Adam, the one that you know what I'm talking about, Santos. We talked about that before.
Yep.
I come at it from a different view, but it doesn't matter where you start in a circle, you're going to wind up in the middle of the circle. Because it doesn't matter where your knowledge starts from. It just keeps pulling you around and around and around, and eventually everybody winds up at the same point. Tesla's work was, he was very obsessed with 3 and 6 and 9. And this confuses a lot of people, especially in America or anywhere, really. It's because how numbers are expressed today. I think what I'm going to talk about is going to really refine on what Santos has already got out there. I mean, you understand constellations better than anybody I know. So, but your work lines up to a T to my vortex mathematical scales, ratios, expansions. This is all the same thing. Tesla's work comes from the book of Enoch, and all of his understanding comes from the book of Enoch that was removed from the Catholic Bible by King James 1611. So the truth really has been hidden for over 500 years. But he expressed and declared everything in reality to be divisible by 3, or have 3 parts. And one of the kickers that really blew my mind was seasons. This is where it caught me with Santos's work, was seasons and the mathematics in it, and you just start seeing everything's in 3s, and how numerology works. Some numbers if you have a group of numbers, the sum of the numbers is the personality of that group of numbers. So like if you have the number 35, the sum of that number is 8. So the personality of that number is 8. So the color of that number would be yellow because it's in a group association with 3 numbers, 2, 5, and 8. Because the sum of those 3 numbers sums 15, and 1 and 5 is 6. That's the personality of those 3 numbers is yellow, electric, yellow, the sun, and carbon is all 6, that group. And that's a sound wave. That's a part of the sound wave. We live in a ion field sound wave. It's constantly in motion, and it's turning in on itself, because it was an implosion of force and not an explosion of force, because you can't split yourself in half into duality without an implosion. So it's an implosion of force that caused the expanse, and that's what the borealis lights are. Though borealis is showing you plain as day that is a light energy vortex, and it's directly connected to the sun. I just figured this part out when I was walking back home from the store 5 minutes ago, because I was looking up at the sun and I stared at it for about 5 minutes, and it's doing some really weird stuff right now. I got glasses on and I was staring at it, and I could plainly see a rotation in the sun, and the colors were changing in front of my eyes while I was staring at it. At first, I thought I was tripping, but I didn't have anything that would cause me to trip. I'm straight sober. I'm looking at this, and I literally just watched the light beams from the sun turn purple like 5 minutes ago. I'm still, I don't even know what that means, but what I'm seeing is all the energy is coming to the center of the sun. And that goes right along with what I've been screaming for a long time, that this is an electric universe and everything is inverted. All truths are inverted inside out. So we're not living on a ball, we're living in one. We're living in a bubble. We're living inside a ion sphere. I see how they're playing with words. We're living inside an ion sphere. And all the energy folds into the center, and that's what you're seeing when you're looking at the northern lights. You're seeing that energy going to the center. That's why nobody owns the North Pole. That's why it's an international territory. It's defended by the United Nations. Nobody owns it. That's also why nobody's allowed to fly over it. You got to fly around it. And the other groups here, we go back to numbers. The other some numbers, don't want to go too far to the left or right. The blue numbers are 1, 4, and 7. And that's just because they sum to 12, and 1 and 2 is 3. So you have a blue sound wave. And primary colors is 3, red, blue, and yellow. So you have 3 primary sound waves that make the whole sound wave that we're living inside of. That's why everything in reality is based on the same vortex mathematics, torus, rotation, duality that Santos was talking about just, I think, earlier today. I was watching that video. He was talking about everything in its duality. Was that today, Santos?
Not sure, but if you're talking about my recent power, not PowerPoint, what am I talking about? With whiteboard presentations, I'm doing a lot of stuff on atom, all is atom. Yeah. Okay, so the Egyptians said all is atum, and of course Tom is the word for twin. So atom.
What if it's tomb, right? What if we're looking at it wrong? Watch this one. This blew my mind, because everything we can't see that's too small, we call it atom with an O, and then we're in the middle, atom, right? And then there's atom, atom that you're talking, atom. So everything, it's like a Russian nesting doll. Everything's inside of itself. See, like it's a Russian nesting doll. Everything's inside atom, atom. A womb, a mother's womb, amniotic fluids. Because around us, outside the ion, it's all waters outside and around and through the ground. That's why we have aquifers in the soil. That's the water is vapor in the air that causes the subatomic matter. That's what it is. It's just water vapors. It's ether. That's what causes the vibrations. And when we speak, we vibrate atoms into existence because we're creating sound with our tongue. We cause it to vibrate. And we vibrate the intent of our words. Every word has a letter, and every letter has a numerical value. And the sum of the letters is a positive or negative value that you're spitting out into the universe. So you're creating atom. When your tongue vibrates, you're creating atoms.
What do you make of all this Santos?
Yeah, it's spot on. Absolutely spot on. Whatever.
I just need one thing, Matt. When you're not talking, mute yourself, because we can hear all this distortion going on. Cool. There you go, Santos.
Yep, spot on. I'm just listening there with Matt, and everything you said is totally and utterly harmonious with natural science and what I'm teaching. Totally. Nothing Nothing said has been, contrary to what I'm teaching at all.
So carry on then, Matt.
So thank you for that. So what I've figured out in these new numbers is what they were talking about in Moses was that Moses established 12 pillars for the Israelites, and he mentions that there was a center stone. The center pillar was a different color than the rest. I think that it specifically mentions that it was onyx, and that's a black stone. So the center stone was black because all colors are black. If you put all color in a pot, you're going to get black. And white is light, and that's the absence of. So we look at light completely wrong. And the only reason I understand a lot of this is because I was born autistic, and my eyes don't work like everybody else's. They rewired. So I had to, not only I had to understand why no one saw the way I did, but I had to sit there and rejumble everything I'm seeing in my head and try to be able to explain what I could see that they couldn't see. And that's taken me a long time, very long time, because I know who to ask. So you got all these positions, and when you start understanding that these numbers are just, they're moving a place over one, right? The starting position for one is one. But when you go into the next level of layer of digits, it's not one anymore. It's over a position because you're not looking at it whole. Now you've gone to a fractured state because you got to add pieces to make the whole. 9 plus 1 is 10, but there's no 0, so you're starting over. And then you go to the next one, is 2 plus 8. And then you get to the next row, it's 7 plus 3, 6 plus 4, 5, and 5. And then you're reversing, you're flipping over. That's where you get your duality, and you're going the other way into negative numbers. That's where you get your twist. That's how you get your vortex, your implosion. But what's really crazy, Santos, is by taking these numbers, once you've established your 12 around the center, you have your 12 positions. You understand that the center point between these 12 is a 13th point. And you look at 13 and how it applies to society today. People try to tell you we got 365 days, and we got 7-day weeks, and we got 52 weeks in a year. Well, you just multiply 7 by 52, and it comes out 364. What happened to a day? We're missing a day. Missing a day. The numbers don't lie. The number for chaos is 22, and 22 books were removed from the King James Bible before it was released to the public, 1611. The reason why I know that is because my family has a pre-King James Bible. I don't have it in my possession, but we have one, and I get fed a lot of information. So they manipulated cuneiforms. But what's really cool is when you figure these positions out and these number states, what happens is as you go around every position to the left and to the right is going to be in succession with the positions. And then above in position and below a position, all the way around the board, it's going to be separated by 12, perfectly portioned. And what happens is when you get that group number association I was talking about earlier with 147 and 258, the last one, of course, is 369, and that's because it sums 18, and 1 and 8 is 9. And that's your raw, radiant, red group. So by my understanding, we're living in raw, red, radiant, red dead redemption. We're down here trying to redeem ourselves, and we have to go through the yellow sun wave that's above our, which is actually below our head, not above our head, because everything's inverted, upside down. We're in a reflection. So the sun is actually above our head, and our feet are magnetized to the ground. Original man had copper blood. He had pure blood, blue blood. So I believe that he could levitate and fly at will just by willing himself to lift off the ground. That's why you see cartoons like Superman and Peter Pan. These things are subliminal programming telling you what used to be, mocking you. They're mocking you. Mocking you. The children of the goat, you look around and they're covering their right eye because that's your blue eye, and they're sticking their tongue out, mocking creation. They're blinding them, turning a blind eye to creation and mocking it. That's what that crap means.
Right.
But they don't teach you, though. Everybody thinks about the pineal gland as only one. I'm under the understanding through one of the alchemy people I've been learning from on the side as well, because I'm still new to some of this stuff. I understand there to be two. When you read the book of Thomas, it talks about both sets of eyes. Very specifically says two pairs of eyes. Doesn't say three eyes or a third eye. It says you're not a whole man unless you're using both sets. I consider all things. I don't consider anybody to be telling me the truth because of how I had to live my life. I consider everybody to be a liar, and then I'll prove them to be truthful.
Right.
So that's caused me to go quite mad for quite a while. Everybody's lying now. I got to prove who's telling the truth. I look at it totally different. Who's telling the truth? And from that aspect, a lot of things can be revealed. Well, why are they giving me the information? Are they doing it to cause me harm? Are they doing it to cause me good? What is their intent? Why are they telling me? Are they having any good in what they're telling me? How do they know this is truthful? Can I trust this person? When you go at it like that and start asking questions, no one can lie to you. No one can lie to you. You can only lie to yourself, because there is only one truth line. When you're looking at quantum, you got to realize there's one, just like in any song, there's a constant sound, there's a constant permanent line of vibrational state that doesn't move. It's there, permanent. It's just there. But so that's truth. That's the truth line. So by walking and you're trying to set your GPS in your head to that truth, your heart's going to vibrate like a GPS logo. You're going to feel the truth. You don't even have to know what it is, because you're part of an infinite consciousness. You're plugged into the consciousness of Yahweh. You're plugged into the consciousness of the universe. You're part of it. We're all tethered into it. It's not 7 billion consciousnesses. It's one consciousness with 7 billion expressions of itself inside of one atom.
Right.
The sun's atom, and we're all images of the atom that we can't see, walking around being told we evolved from monkeys. But are you living in a zoo? You know, if we evolved from monkeys, then you'd be the one living in the zoo. There'd be no monkeys. You'd be the monkey.
Right. Santos, what do you make of what he's saying then?
I'm enjoying it. It's very, very good. It's very revealing. It's it's spot on. It's just the way Matt expresses it is the way he sees it, and you know, someone might use a different set of words with a different register of words, but it's, as he said at the start, it's all the same thing, whether you come to it with Eastern words or Western words. You know, in the West we have the Christian and the Judaic school, and we use those sets of words. So whatever set of words you use, whatever register, it's still all the same thing. It's all natural science.
Thank you, Santos. Actually, could I just say that Dee had a question? Dee, do you ask Matt this question that you...
Yeah, so it's quite early on in what he was saying. Basically, when he said that black is all light and white is just light, basically, or something. And I don't get that, because I've shone a light through a prism. I've seen it split up into all the different colors. So, I mean, for me, I can't get on board with the fact that black is all color. To me, it's definitely the absence of color.
Matt?
No, I hear what he's saying. You gotta understand. I can hear what he's saying, and I'm gonna go into it right now. That was the next part. So everything in reality is contained inside of spherical numbers. There's a spherical number for each key, each scale, each weight, each form of measure has a spherical number that applies to it. And spherical numbers are not 4, they're 6, because a box has 6 sides. So when you go from the expanse, you got to go from 1 to 3 to 6, and then 3 plus 6 is 9. See that? It's expanding onto itself. So 9's not a number, it's a sum of all of its parts. And 7's the last number because 1 and 6 adds to 7. So 7's the last number. It's 9 and 8. They're only sums of the other numbers, and 8 isn't really a number. It's time itself. It's the squaring of time. It's the motion. It's the wheels in the sky that keep on turning. It's only there because the rest of the motion is there. So that's the current. Now, as far as when I'm talking about color, yes, when you put 3 primary colors, there's only 3 primary colors. There's only 3: red, blue, and yellow. Everything else comes from red, blue, and yellow. You want green, you put blue and yellow in the pot. You got green. You want orange, red, and yellow. You want purple, blue, and red. You want black, you put yellow, purple, yellow, red, and blue in the pot. You got black. So everything's a vibrating state. Now what happens is that the colors are expressed by vibrational states. This is a kicker. I love this one. This is from figuring that stuff out. As you learn a lot of things when you're hands-on. When you're doing this yourself, you just see things in your head that you have a hard time putting on paper, and this is one of them. So everything in reality vibrates at different densities, different speeds, different spectrums of color. Okay, so you look at your skin color, then go outside and look at the soil. There's not much difference between your skin color and the soil on the ground. But then when you want to get into a perfect state of perfect state of carbon, you get diamond. And you see there's a much different color expression there because it's a higher state of density. And sound, you get hertz, and you get your sound waves inside those 3 groups of numbers that I was talking about earlier by splitting them up that way. You get 18 hertz. There's 18 different bass sound frequency waves in the scale of sound. And they're split up into those 3 groups: 147 hertz, 471, 741. 3 different sound waves, 1 set of numbers. See? But you can change that state. There's 6 different positions for those 3 numbers. So you have 6 sound waves inside of that group of 3 numbers in that one. And then in red, you have the same, and in yellow. So you have 18 different sound waves. And 18 is a spherical number because 6 times 3 is 18. And if you take the number 18, you put it into the circle and you get 20 degrees. So sound is 20% of reality. It's 20% of these portions that make up the reality that we're living in, because everything's a dense ion soup we're walking around in. You could walk through a wall with your body.
Do we have the same way a duality, in the sense that you have the color paint, in that you make the black with all the colors, but with light in the computer I just work the other way around. If I put everything in it, I have white, and that works the other way around. And I figured also out with painting that I have to mix in another way to get the same color as when I mix colors in the computer. Then I have to turn it in another way with combinations, because in the computer with light you don't have yellow, but you have green. You have blue, green, and red, and the yellow is a combination of the green and the red. So that's the halfway color in that sense.
That's why
that
they do it on the computer, because they're not giving you all 3 primaries, and they do that You know, that's one of those things. When you go to the store to buy, say you wanted to go to the store and buy some crayons or buy a cheap set of markers, you won't get all 3 primary colors in one package, a 10-pack. You won't get all 3 primary colors. You only get 2 of them. I've been noticing that. It's something I just thought it was weird. But now that you said that with the computer, I figured I'd throw that out there. I think this is why. The yellow is a primary, so you can't do it on the computer because you're not given the 3rd primary. You're only being given 2 of them. And the computers are programmed by men. So is the man truthful being when he's programming the computer to think?
I don't know.
Right.
A program needs an idea anyway. Doesn't matter what tool you use.
Well, this little bit has a lot to this has a lot of implications into how and why they inverted the truth. It's one of the inversions. They inverted the race of Christ. He wasn't white, European white.
No, it was a black man.
Or he was black. He wasn't white. He wasn't what's being presented. That's a graven, false image. It was man-made. He's not white. And this is where they flip it around and confuse us. Is this black and white?
Yeah, he wasn't gay as well.
I just on my Facebook wall, I have a link. I'll send it to Karen later. They just found a Bible that's 2,000 years old, and it includes the book of Barnabas. And from the gist of what I was reading in the article, they're suggesting that Judas was crucified in place of Christ, because Yeshua Christ was actually hung on a tree. And he wasn't white, he was black. And then that starts to understand why white people like to burn in black, hang black people back in the days out here. Because white people are Pharisees, they're Pharisees, they're Khazarians, they're Phoenicians, they're fucking phonies. They're a half-breed race of fallen angels. They've erased what they are out of the history books. When you understand the history of language, you can start putting these things together. When you understand that the word dinosaur is only 150 years old, then you ask, well, what did they call them before that? Terrible lizards. Okay? So there's no dinosaurs, there was dragons and terrible lizards walking around on 2 legs. Well, that would make them humanoid if they can walk around on 2 legs. Humanoid reptilians. Fire fucking dragons. See? It's only 150 years old. You gotta just change the words, what they used to be called. You can't use today's language to figure out the problems from the past. How are you supposed to understand language back then if you're trying to put a J in there when it wasn't invented until 500 years ago? Yeah. And if there's no J before that, then there was no Jesus, there was no Jesuits, there was no Jews, and there was no Jerusalem.
So they're a lot more modern then. They're a lot more modern.
Right. Jerusalem has only been a state since World War I. Since the Balfour Agreement in 1919, 1920. And that's Balfour they called it, but it's Balfour. And Bail is British Admiralty law. And the weird thing was the numbers of the day they signed this law added up to 40, no 0. So it was a day of 4. So it was Satan's Day of 4 agreement. That's what it was. That created the Israeli state that we have today. It was the Balfour Agreement after World War I. There never was an Israeli state because Israelis are genetics. It's not a place. And that's the stupidity and the deception that's going on. It was a people. It's not a place. It's a people. And they were genocided out of their freaking homeland. and they were burned alive and forced to relocate into America. Over 1,500 years, we were forced to migrate out of there. What we call Native Americans in the United States are Hebrew. They are Moroccans. They are Blackamoors. They are people of the air. And they're not white. They're black. Europeans manipulated language to conceal what they did in the history books. They don't teach it. They whitewashed it. That's literally what the word Renaissance means, is to whitewash. The Russian Orthodox Church whitewashed history. Adam wasn't white. If you think about it, when you spun up out of the ground, you put spit on the ground, you think you're getting a white person? It's not a white person. That's mud. You ever seen white mud before? I haven't.
No, the only white was Esau to begin with. What happened to be the brother of Jacob?
Hold on, let me mute.
Go on, series.
Oh yeah, actually, somebody I got to know last year told me about a whole lot about this whole Israel family thing, and how actually the slave history of last 400 years is completely tying into what the whole prophecy, what was already given at Moses' time for the future, and that the Bible got locked, etc., and that about 50 years ago, probably the Bible got unlocked, that people are getting to understand it, that they're actually getting the information back through the hand of the white man. But in a sense of that, Esau's promise was to rule, but Jacob's promise was to be the many. And they're the many in this case. And what I figured was that the whole way they got their whole history wiped was also by destroying those who were in their freedom, and just keep their children and then completely educate them in the new culture, in a sense that they're never told their old history. And then, yeah, completely taken up by the new nations who just stole their land. Many came from Europe instead of Africa. They've more discovered, for example, the Irish, the original Irish were black people. And why were the Irish, for example, banned as well next to black people associated in the past, etc. There's so much untold about this part of the slavery history in that sense, and it's all about the Israelites themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah, if that 400 years is the actual punishment they get, because they have gotten the law to keep it, they didn't keep it, and that's why they get the punishment. And when they get out of it,
Matt.
it's 400 years later, and the only thing I wonder is when the actual slavery began then. So far, I heard 1619, and that means that in 2019 the actual slavery curse will end. And yeah, I wonder what will happen then when they truly wake up and build their community again and become a nation again. And that's the point in where actually the end of wars is, because all nations will have to serve them for the power who they actually will be. and then including that they are the ones actually keeping the commandments, because they are truly obligated to it in that sense. That's why they are chosen as, out of them are chosen the real saints, the 144,000, 12,000 out of each tribe. And so far, we are not so far obligated to keep the laws, but if you ask me, it's just very handy to actually keep those laws. They're kind of health rule if you want to keep yourself alive. And yeah, it's still the same principle. It's just not that you become the actual saint, serving Jesus in personal sense or something, because he is then the actual king, as Israel is the woman and who is actually marries with Christ.
Matt, you've taken your microphone off. Did you want to say something then?
Crap, I forgot.
That's all right. Well,
Sorry.
that's okay. Santos, what do you make of all this then?
Yeah, I'm enjoying it. It's all making sense to me.
That's good then. Well, Matt, do you want to carry on a bit then? Thank you, series, for that. Matt,
Yeah.
go on then. On you go.
All right. So this is where the fun part begins, boys and girls. We can split atoms, and we can split atoms by transmuting materials. By using negative and positive materials, you can force a static reaction without any consumable cost. By taking palladium, by taking them, it's a neodymium palladium. This is from my own personal work and experiments. By taking palladium and putting it in a position where it's in contact with copper, it doesn't matter if the palladium is inside the copper or outside the copper. It creates a reaction. It's creating a current. And I personally believe that through this concept, if I had the funding, I really think we could levitate. I think flight would be possible. I think wireless electricity would be possible. And because in my mathematics, you're showing time as a medium, then time travel itself is very possible. It's no longer improbable. It's very possible and very likely. And I believe that that's what they've been doing at CERN for some time, is trying to open stargates and let fucking boogeymen into this place. They have no jurisdiction over them. They have no nation over them. They're on international territory, living in two countries and not having to abide by the laws of either one. And they're trying to recreate the act of creation inside a underground vortex, basically a double loop, a loop inside a loop, so they can smash atoms together at the speed of light, trying to recreate the act of creation inside a man-made container. And every time they turn this thing on, we get earthquakes and we get tsunami waves and natural disasters that have never been seen of or heard of. And every time they turn that crank up a little bit higher, the disasters get worse and worse. I really think that the things that they're doing there could cause this planet to split in half.
That's not good, is it?
If they don't knock it off.
They're playing with something they don't know what they're playing with, in other words.
No, they don't know what they're playing with, because you got to understand that CERN is almost like a college. It's a government onto itself. They have 2,500 staff, and they live in dorms, and they're isolated, and they're 20-year-old geeks and really isolated people, and every department is compartmentalized. So just like our governments, no one knows what the person in the next cubicle over is doing because everything's compartmentalized, and the only person that knows what's going on is the one that did the compartmentalizing. But yeah, they are doing things that are bad. If you haven't looked into CERN, you really should. A lot of occult ritualistic behavior going on. You know, they opened a tunnel and they were celebrating Baphomet and doing some really creepy dances. Huh?
We saw that last year, you mean?
Yeah, well, yeah, that was when they grand opened it. But I mean, last few months they've turned it on twice, and you know, now we're getting. If you check, there's a guy on YouTube called BP Earth, and this is all he does is he watches radiation patterns in the atmosphere, and he can predict what they're doing with HARP based on the radiation manipulations in the atmosphere. That's how Fukushima happened. Okay. You know, they use this thing to manipulate food prices for profit.
Matt, can I just say something about Fukushima? Like, we weren't allowed to eat any meat from on the hills in Wales and all that because of what Chernobyl did. And yet people are moving back into only miles away from Fukushima. How can that be? There'd be so much radiation if that was true. How come the people are moving back into the villages?
Are you familiar with Georgia Guidestones?
Pardon?
Are you familiar with the Georgia Guidestones?
Yeah.
On the Georgia Guidestones is a declaration from the New World Order declaring that they're going to reduce the population to 500 million. So do you really think they care about anybody moving into a village and eating some nuclear pie? No. Look at Detroit, Michigan. People are dying because of the water supply. They don't care. They want us to die. Let's just be real and logical about it. They put poison in our food, just crop dust in our air. They're manipulating the food with genetics, putting genes of frogs in the tomatoes. You gonna tell me that's good?
No.
Manipulating hornets so that they can do the job of bees because they chemically crop dusted and killed all the bees. There's no more bees. They crop dusted them all. There was a big article a few months ago. They killed when they sprayed for Zika virus, like 30-40% of the bees in the United States are gone because of the chemicals that they sprayed in the air. So we have half the bees that we're used to and still twice as many people. So that means not enough food to go around.
Is that because they just like playing with everything, don't they?
Yeah, they like
they were just
playing God. They think they're God.
Cooking the frog to the highest degree. Slowly.
Yeah.
Degree for degree.
Yeah.
If you can't look 20, 30 years back, you don't see what they actually did in all the time. They did it one step at a time.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Santos will agree with you what's happening as well.
Yeah, look, it appears that man's greed is just beyond him, and so corporate greed, etc., is just too irresistible for unevolved, materialistic man. So, you know, their schemes, whatever they do, is hurting others, nature, and themselves, because they are insane. They're not sane. And when you're insane, you take these desperate measures. Measures are harmful due to insanity. So things like getting rid of the bees and things like that, and putting nature out of balance. This is because they are out of balance. There's no nature in them. So when they hurt nature, they don't get any feeling any feedback of any negative feeling, because there is no nature in them. They have stripped themselves of the Holy Spirit,
Yeah.
which is the universal force of purity, which is magnetism, and they deny this God. So they give glory to the false god Baal, which is electricity, not magnetism. Electricity is the transverse wave. It is the material energy, whereas magnetism is the longitudinal wave, and it is a spiritual energy, far superior to electricity. But they've locked us in a polluting, world, earth-raping a system where they rape the earth for her resources just to make electricity, which we don't need. We don't need electricity. Electricity is explained in the East as the energy of unevolved Neanderthal type human beings. That's what electricity is. It's for Neanderthals. It's for baboons, men who think they've evolved from monkeys. Whereas the real scientists like Tesla and Schalberg and all of these guys, they were talking about an imploding wave, not an exploding, burning, destroying, tearing, ravishing energy, ravaging, I should have said, not ravishing, energy like electricity. I mean, electricity is destructive. It can kill you. It's killed many, many people. Many men have died making the electrical grid. It's totally an unnecessary exercise. It's totally the energy of unevolved materialists, people who are mundane in every way, left-brained, destructive, harmful, atheists. They do not acknowledge the creator. At the moment you acknowledge the creator, you now are embracing magnetism, the true energy of the universe. It's a pulse. It's not a wave. Electricity is a wave. Magnetism is a pulse. It's a pulse wave universe. It's not a particle wave universe. Why? Well, because never has one particle ever existed in the history of the universe. Not one photon, not one electron. They have never existed apart from anything else, because there are no particles. The universe is not made of particles. It's made of pulses. And so when we talk about this plane and this world that has been taken over by egregores and demons, which the elite families have created, and that's what CERN and HARP are all about, to give more energy to their demons. They are feeding their demons. They are feeding the herd mind with stupidity, because the herd mind thinks we need CERN. We need these scientific breakthroughs and technology, whereas we don't. We don't need any of that. We've got magnetism. We've got free energy in our laps. And so what they are doing is they're just creating a scenario where people can bow down to this scientism, pseudoscience, cult gods called scientists, and they're just spewing out bullshit. Nothing that they teach has any value at all, except for it will advance the military industrial complex here on Earth, the blood-shedding military machine of perpetual wars and technology. That's all. It will only advance one aspect of human development. And it's not even development, it's undevelopment. The whole nuclear fusion and all of that destructive energy. It's all electrical. It's all the false god.
Yeah. Really the slaughter of the whole humankind in that sense. Killing the human in within. Ritually, it's same as the whole, all the armies, they're all labeled. They're all completely under the signs of how they're actually ritually slaughtered on the slaughter field in that sense. All the wars are rituals so far.
Okay, sorry, you were talking, Santos? Siri's just said something, but you were talking?
No, I think I finished my my point. It was, basically my point was that man, in his stupidity, adores electricity. He thinks that's his greatest achievement. Well, they had electricity throughout all the ages. There's never a moment in history where there was no electricity. The only reason why they tell you that we didn't have electricity in the Dark Ages is because the elite families made sure we didn't, and made sure that they would murder and kill any scientist who would venture to create electrical machines. And because once created electrical devices, then magnetism reveals itself to be behind electricity. It reveals itself to be the mother of the child, the only begotten son who makes material worlds. That's what the scriptures mean. The Logos, the only begotten son, is the Word made flesh. Well, how does the Word become flesh? Well, this is where Christians think that Jesus became one man, one fleshly man. No, the scriptures are saying that the Word, sonoluminescence, created the material world. And so only the only begotten Son of God, which is electricity, can create the material world, because magnetism is not interested in creating phenomena. Magnetism is noumena. It's the noumenal world. It's mind. It is the superior mind. It's the mind of God. And its magnetic energy is coupled with dielectricity, which is static electricity. And so you have this dance of yin and yang, Krishna and Radha, or Jesus and Mary Magdalene. And those two field modalities of magnetism and dielectricity produce a hybrid force, which is electricity, the only begotten Son, the master of the material world. And so that's why the scriptures say that God's Son died for humanity. Yes, because when the Word becomes flesh, that is a death. All physical material worlds are dead worlds. Why? Because they're dead in time. They're temporal. The magnetic atemporal transcendental world is atemporal. There's no time. It's all the forever now. So when the Word, sonoluminescence, creates worlds, it produces death. It produces a tomb, as Matt was saying before. Atom becomes tomb, because light is entombed in an atom. It's trapped. It's caused to be entombed. An atom is a unit of entrapment or entombment of creative light, sonoluminescence, because the atom now, which is another way of saying Saturn, which is the god of order and structure and constriction and rigidity and constraints and what have you. Well, that's what atom is. Saturn, atom, Latin, all of those atomic words. Well, all it's saying is that Saturn, Kronos, the master of time, is entombing light to do a purpose, which is phenomenal material existence. And so that's what the tomb is. That's what the tom is. Tom in all languages means twin. Atom means not a twin, uncuttable, not divisible. So you cannot cut an atom because it's a unit. Whereas Tom is a twin, and that twin is red and blue. We're living in a red shift, blue shift universe. All is red blood, red pill, blue pill. The whole series of red and blues. Roses are red, violets are blue. Republicans are red, Democrats are blue. The list goes on and on and on. And when you look at your red tap and your red hot tap and your blue cold tap, the police sirens, ambulance sirens, when you see all this red and blue going on, you realize that that's the electrical duality. It's inferior to the magnetic spiritual duality, which is black and white light. Hence, you have two yin and yangs. Black and white, which is the source and the cause, and then a red and blue one, which is the effect, the temporal conditioned effect. All colors are conditionings. All colors, red and blue, are conditionings. They are a state of, well, I wouldn't even say state, but they are a condition of material existence. Red color has the power of 4. Blue color has the power of 16. You just look at the petals on the chakras. The bottom chakra is red. It's got 4 petals. Then orange has 6. So 6 is sex. The color of sex is orange. There you go. Yellow is 10. Yellow is the 10 is the number of man. A 10, that's what it means. The number 10. Man is a tenfold. And then the green chakra in the heart is 12. So now you see these Kabbalistic numbers of 22. The solar plexus has 10 petals, and so it rules the material world of 10 fingers of man, whereas the heart chakra has 12 petals, whereas it rules the spiritual part of the human being. And then the blue chakra has 16 petals. And then you've got indigo has 96 and violet has 1,000. So violet light is the most powerful. It's the highest frequency. It's the highest capacitance light. But if you want to keep things simple, you just look at red and blue. Red has the power of 4. 4 is the number of death. In Japanese, shi means death, shinda, to die, and it's the number 4. And that's why they avoid the number 4 in Japan, as we avoid the number 13, which is 1 plus 3, and which comes to 4 in the West. In the West, we see 13 as a 4 number, hence we avoid it. So red is all about the number 4. Blue is all about 4 times 4, 16. It has 16 petals. So 16 is a higher capacitance. Blue is a higher capacitance light. It's more spiritual, obviously, because it has a higher vibration. So this is the comparison of the red and blue world. The red and blue world is what makes all the temporal phenomena that exists. And it is temporal, it is fleeting and ephemeral. That's why we should not put all our treasures here on earth. As Jesus says, do not put your treasures on earth, store them in heaven where moth nor rust can consume. Anyway, that was a long-winded answer.
Oh no, thank you, Santos. Matt?
Yeah, no, that was spot on. That was good. No, that was good. I did want to throw out there for anybody listening to maybe cause and effect, because everything plants and sows ideas. But what we're talking about and understanding of vibrations, it's not just this affects our health too. What we think about and what we watch, it affects our bodies negatively. And instead of looking at illnesses as toxic or death, we need to recognize them as living in parasitic in form, and realize that every disease has a sound wave, vibrational state. By manipulating sound waves inside the human body, you could kill the disease. You could trick the disease into thinking that the host is dead, and then the parasite would die. The illness would die. That's an idea I've been playing with, so I just wanted to speak it out loud to hear other people's thoughts on that one. But that's an idea. I really think that's possible. I've been seeing videos about peanuts being turned into diamonds from transmutation of sound waves. Some really interesting stuff going on now when people are really starting to understand the manipulation of sound. I think that's how they levitated the blocks. If you look into a man named John Hutchinson, he has a video where he is levitating a bowling ball. That has no business flying. A bowling ball has no business floating around in space. All he has managed to do was match the vibrational state of the thing, and because he can do that, he can cause it to levitate. So we can use this. This means this is how you get your wireless electricity. This is what Tesla is doing with his tower. All of it. It's all around this. It's all around creating a static and making it draw into a point, and then you send it to an opposite dual point, different than the one you're causing it to send to. So what Tesla did to create this effect was he had two coils. He had a coil that was turned clockwise and a coil turned counterclockwise. One was to receive the static charge from the atmosphere, and the other coil was designed to receive from the first one in a completed circuit, in a dual state. The two work together as a unit. And he even made it so that one tower could be, he made two towers one time where they were 150 miles apart, and they were still receiving current from the atmosphere because he was using these coils, and what he was doing was he was pinging the static. He was directing it off of the firmament. We have to recognize that the sky is not what we're told. And if you go into biblical terms, then the firmament around us is made out of sapphire. And this is told to us in Leviticus when Moses was issued the Ten Commandments from Yahweh. Moses didn't write the commandments, and that's a big lie. They were scribed in it was Yahweh's thumbprint that signed and inscribed in that first set. And they were specifically stated that that stone was cut from the firmament, and it was sapphire. And he went down the hill, and he saw everybody worshiping the bull, Baal, and he smashed the commandments on the altar, and he smashed the bull. And he had to recast the Ten Commandments, and he did the second set on a purple stone. I can't remember the name of the stone, but it was purple. And there's an implication here because that's the middle ground between red and blue is purple, balance. And when he was crucified, they covered his body with a purple cloth. And you look around, Merlin's colors were purple. Saint Germain was referred to as the purple flame. It's all about consciousness of balance between the left and the right. Because the sum of the two, blue and red, is purple. That's the perfect state. That's balance.
Do you mind me saying this, Matt? You told us that you think that you might be related to Tesla.
Yeah, I don't mind saying it.
And
No, he was my Jenny Jarome was Winston Churchill's mother and friend to Tesla, but I believe that Jenny left England because of a affair she had with Tesla and had my uncle Timothy Jarome. And then my grandfather migrated into the United States from Canada, Clyde Jarome, and I barely even remember him. And I only met him 2 or 3 times. He was a Native American shaman. My history is really foggy at best. There's several adoptions in our family history, and our names was changed. And it's just been able to, it's spotty at best. You start catching on to things like, I don't know anybody else that's AB negative. I'm the only person I know besides my brother that's an AB negative male. I don't know anybody else. It's rare, very rare. So where did it come from? I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out. It led me to Churchill. It led me to Saudi Arabia. So I'm assuming that I'm an Egyptian, Paleo Hebrew, Israelite, Blackamoor Egyptians. The original white people were white with red hair, and I have a lot of red in my hair too. So it's very interesting. And we're taught that the Chinese call us blue-eyed devils. So there could be something in the blue eyes factor. I don't know. It's just things that I've been putting together on my own. Just little pieces here and there that don't contradict what I already know to be true.
You said that you understand him, though, don't you? You understand him, everything he did, because it's in you.
Yeah, I see it. When I listen to him talk, I can just see it. I sit there and listen to his video. I found a few of them online. He did a couple of interviews with journalists, and I don't know. The one time when he was talking about how he caused an earthquake, I was on the floor crying, laughing so hard because I felt like that was me doing that stuff. I was just laughing. I couldn't help it. I was just laughing hysterically on the ground. And I only started learning about the man about a year and a half ago. I just stumbled onto some of his stuff. They're both yours. I already ate. Oh. And this bag of chippies.
No, it's just.
Yes. No. So he used an oscillating machine, just a simple mechanical vibrator, and he ground it out to the center beam in the World Trade Center in 1899 when they were building it, the original one. And the skyscraper workers that were up in the top of the building, they're like hanging out, eating lunch. And he snuck on the ground, and he's got this oscillator wired to the bottom of the. It just sounds like something I would do. He wired it to the center I-beam, and he had it running for 10 or 15 minutes. And because he was shaking that I-beam for so long, just a steady oscillation of atoms inside that structure, it was sending a shock wave up the pillar. And those guys at the end of the pillar on the top, they thought there was an earthquake and the building was going to come down. And in this journal, he was saying that because of that shock wave that he sent to the top of the I-beam, he said if he held that oscillator on for another 10 or 15 minutes, he said that the energy they sent up would start to come back down. And when it came down, that wave came back down to source, it would meet energy going up. And when those two forces met together inside that container, he said specifically that would disintegrate he said it would look like God hit the building with a tower and smashed it into a gazillion pieces and dropped it in place, free fall and zero gravity.
Drop the shit off.
So I think about that when I think about 9/11.
They definitely did something that day, didn't they? Because they had a hurricane waiting outside New York.
Yeah, I really think that they used Tesla technology to bring down the building. Vibrational matter. If you go and I've watched a lot of the photos and the films of the planes going into the buildings. And in a few angles, I caught on to something that was really strange to my eyes. And I just, even talking, it's going to sound strange, but what you're going to realize is that what you're being fed isn't even real footage. It's not real. It's not real. The plane.
So I have a video myself on YouTube which explains that In 1992, they had a Falcon jet tied, you know, on a track to see what happened when it hit concrete, reinforced concrete, and it atomized at 400 miles an hour on concrete. So there's just no way the planes would have gone into the buildings. It's on my YouTube channel, but carry on.
Yeah, no, and that's where I started asking questions. You know, I'm looking around and this stuff. When I saw that building go down, I started asking questions right away. You know, I was the dishwasher down at a restaurant, and I'm looking at this stuff, and I'm like, where's the plane wings? Where's the engine blocks? Where's the debris on the ground?
I also noticed when I was looking into it myself a few weeks ago, again, something I hadn't noticed before, but supposedly there was a cold front which was coming one way, and you had the hurricane on the other.
Yeah.
Met together. It was dielectric, is that right? Dielectric force?
No.
And they used the weather front coming in with the cold weather coming in, and they used the hurricane on the other side to cause whatever they did.
Activate the base.
We're on a live hangout, guys.
Yeah. No, you're right. Yeah, that right there. And one of the things, you know, because I come at this from symbols, and you know, I just see these things, right? It's like, imagine yourself being a little kid in a man's body, and no one taught you nothing, and you just had to survive the shit, right? No one really showed you nothing, so you just catch on, and you're catching on. I'm catching on because I'm holding on to the heart mind. No one else. That's for the internet. That's for the Wi-Fi internet on the box. You gotta go put it in. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, because don't forget, there's other people listening into this at the same time. So just one more thing. You've been doing masses of drawings, Matt.
What's that?
You've been doing masses of drawings. You're explaining to us that when you do your flower of life, when you draw them, it's just one line.
Yeah, those drawings, okay? Yeah, all my drawings are based on a concept of one line. I don't, the pen doesn't come off the paper. That's what I'm proving. I'm proving everything's tied together in one quantum string. Because in the beginning was a sound word, and everything left from a starting point. So that means the starting point's above, but center of everything. But it's above everything, but it's in the middle of all things, and it's the sum of all things, and it's the point of all things. So it's the center of the circle, but it's the center point above, because all the parts add up to the whole. So you start seeing things like the 12 months, 12 birthstones, 12 music, 12 dozens, 12 eggs, 12's everywhere. 12 tribes of Israel. And then Krishna had 12 disciples, and this story is repeated over and over. And all you're getting is a mathematical equation. You're getting 12 points, positions, around a center point. Everything comes out of the center. So then understanding that everything comes out of the center, then everything's balanced. There's 12 points and everything's balanced. Well, by taking the numbers and you work from high position to low position, you're creating balance in the middle because the sum of the two numbers meets in the middle. So 12 and 1 equals 13. And then you're going to take the left-hand path because it's the right blue eye. So you're going to take your left path and you're going to go over to the left, 11. And then 2 is the other side, 11 to 2. And 13 in the middle. And this keeps going around. It's a rotation. And what you're going to see is that these numbers are symmetrically in order in procession 1 through 9, and they sum and meet in the middle of a vortex, the torus field. Numbers don't lie. It's only men that tell lies.
Series loves the toroidal field, don't you, Series? We talk about that a lot. Do you want to carry on? Carry on then, Matt.
Let me finish this point on the 12-to-1 ratio. Everything has to apply to a circle. 12 goes into the circle. Was it 30 times? 12? No, 3. 12 and 3 is 36. So you get your circle number. That's how you get your peace sign. 3 parts to the whole, 120 degrees. Triangle. And then you want a square? Well, that's 90 degrees. So 90, you get 4 points in the circle. You get your square in the circle. Then you go to 5 points, that's 72. But I was really stuck on this one because it doesn't add up correctly. It's off. It's a little bit over 360. It's like 362. It doesn't make sense until I realized that you have to count the center as a point as well. You have to count the center as a point as well. So when we go over to like the number 18, I was talking earlier about sound waves and how the number 20 comes up because that's the value in the circle, 20 degrees. And there's 18 points, but there's a center point. And in music, they call that mantra. That's the whole sound. So so there's your cult number 19. And you start looking around, you're 20. You're getting the 21 in the middle. And you go to 25, it's actually 101. These are all the scales and measurements, the elemental tables, sound waves, weights of water, music notes. Hitler changed the key of A 440. He dropped it. He dropped it from a 9 pitch to an 8. Remember the sum of the numbers, 432 hertz is 9. And he dropped it to 440, which is 8. So he dropped it a whole pitch to reduce the state of the earth. And that's what they use the Wi-Fi. That's what Wi-Fi is that 8 pitch. It's dropped the state of the earth, and it has us an electronic grid, a fear grid, an ether web grid around the plane. And it's designed to keep everybody in a fearful state so it can feed off of it. Remember that old Batman movie with Jim Carrey? Your brain is on the Vox. And he's sucking up the brain waves. They tell you everything in the movies to mock you. There's so much more truth in Hollywood than there is on the 6 o'clock news. What we call fiction is more true than what we're being fed in the classroom. Because we're living in an inverted state of reality. I think we can reset our own biological clocks with manipulations of sound waves. I could think we could restructure our DNA codes.
Oh. Is that what you think they've done in the past then?
Yes.
Well, back to those 2-legged dinosaurs, which were big lizards.
Yeah. It turned us into human batteries, reduced us in value, monetized our being with a birth certificate. Love you, Santos.
Yes, a lot of people may not know that Santos goes out and he is, what do you call it? He's gone out to protect mankind. He's gone out and he's protested and stuff. A lot of people might not know that he actually is a complete activist, aren't you, Santos?
Yes. Well, I've produced a few presentations.
That's it. Carry on. Sorry. Carry on, Santos.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I've produced a few presentations which are getting a lot of numbers around the world in different languages about law and sovereignty, and exposing the ecclesiastical birth certificate system. It's ecclesiastical. All the law is ecclesiastical. Hence, it's just a way for them to carry the Inquisition through all ages, to all nations of the land of the world that they have conquered. And essentially the birth certificate systems all throughout the world now. It's controlled by Unidroit, the Vatican, and a small clique of very, very wealthy hidden families who control the whole corporate structure of the world. And the birth certificate is just another way for them to have monetized. As Matt said, we're like batteries, human batteries. Okay, so how they get energy from that battery is through the mechanism of the birth certificate. Okay, it is a vehicle of transmission of energy. And how they do that is they send you off to work in the military-industrial complex, tell you that it's glamorous to keep up with the Joneses, and it's the right thing and virtuous thing to climb a non-existent, invisible corporate ladder so you get to the top. And they tell you all of these things, and so you are now in the labor. You are now labouring. It's the labour workforce. Okay, so it's what they call a job. It is. It's a big concentration camp. Yes, the whole system was devised by the Romans and the English, or the British, I should say, and so they tested these this concentration camp system in Africa. The English did, the Portuguese, the Spanish, and the Dutch. The Dutch were very good at it too. And so what they do now is they tell you that it's you know, honourable and wonderful to get a job, you know, and pay. And then you sign up through your birth certificate name, and then they want a cut of that as income tax. Then that's the address and postcode of that person. That estate that they've created now has to comply with all the other you know, requirements and burdens of carrying that slave name, that citizen name. You know, you'll be taxed, you'll be they will draw energy every which way they can, and they do.
Is it the same if you're unemployed as well? Can they use you the same way being unemployed, or is it that when you're employed, that's when they make the money out of you?
Well, if you've got a birth certificate, you are automatically considered to be an employee of the corporation, which is the country, not the nation. So the country of Australia, you got to understand, a country is on paper, a nation is the actual land. Okay, so this is where the trick comes in. What's on paper is on paper and stays there. So a citizen of a country, which is what most Australians call themselves, they think they are citizens of a country. That is a piece of paper who has obligations toward another piece of paper. That's all that is. And that's how they've tricked us. They've taken us off our true estate, which is the creator's usufruct system. We use the fruit that the creator has provided. We get off that land, that nation, and we jump into a ship called a country, and it's a citizenship. And so we're now in the waters of a ship. We're not actually on the land anymore. So now that we use all that civic law, which is run by the Inquisition and Rome, we are now not on the land, and we're not using God's fruit, and we're not under the the care and protection of the Creator. We are now in commerce, and that commerce has currency, and currency is the energy that they sap off us as human batteries. They give us what they call money, which is not money, it's currency, and it's debt currency as well. And so what we are now doing is we're using that currency to pay for our utilities, our taxes, etc. And so in that way, they are stealing currency or electricity or energy from us.
So they're making us pay while they're stealing.
You get off the phone with them, you should do it.
Yeah.
Yep. That's because we have left the Creator, we have left the law of God. And what is the law of God? Well, it's the national constitution. In Australia, we have a beautiful constitution, 1901 Federation Constitution. It's the best constitution that ever existed. It's way, way better than America's. And yet we have left that law of God, and we've turned our back on God, which is constitutional national law, hence a democratic republic. And we have opted for democracy and paper commercial transactions through the birth certificate. Now we are dealing in the law of men. So now we have left God's law, and we are putting man's laws before God's laws. That's all it is. When you don't know that you're living on a nation, on a piece of land, and that nation is constituted, okay, it has all of its lawful agreements, then it's easy for us to turn our backs on that and go for the Babylonian system of enslavement, which is the birth certificate name. And so that's why the Bible says that those who are operating in commerce and in Babylon the Great do not have their names written in the book of life. The book of life is the national trust that we have, because there we have recorded our names into a record, not a registry. We don't register our names. Register is the king, regis. We record before the birth certificate, you have something which is called a live birth record. Well, that's a live birth record. The birth certificate has an all caps name, and that is kaput. Caps comes from kaput, which means dead. That's why your funeral tombstones have all caps letters on the deceased's name on the tomb, because that is capitis diminutia maxima. And what that means is that your status has been diminished from live to death. And that's evident on the tombstone, which is always in all caps letters. So when you choose a birth certificate, you choose a death certificate, and your name now is in the book of death. So all those that are perishing have their names in the book of death, and that is the birth certificate system. It is dead. It's a corpse, corporation, corpse, dead corpse system. So to put our names back in not in the register of death, but in the record, the book of life, we need to also acknowledge our divinity and embrace our sovereignty. If we don't do that, if we don't take the step of sovereign, well, we can never be spiritual, because the spiritual priest, must be wed with the physical king that we are. We are kings and priests, okay? So the king is the master of his body, the priest is a master of his spirit, and we must be both. And so you can't be a spiritualist. You get all these types that are just selling spirituality only. They're not interested in law and and constitutions and nations and communities and sovereignty. They're not interested in that. Well, they are only half their potential. Okay, so rather than just being immersed in spiritual things, we must also be immersed in what is, you know, physical, the king, material, sovereignty, and things like that. To be a priest, you must be a king. Okay, so to be spiritual, you must be a sovereign. So that's why I've put sovereignty as one of my most, most active subjects that I deal with always. I never do not speak about sovereignty. It is the most important second half of everything else that people are doing in the spiritual realms, you know, with all their yoga and meditation and chanting and all of this great spiritual practice. We also have to get out of the book of death. We can't just leave our names on that registry and pass away, because then we come back. You see, we always come back to these contracts. That's a contract. We have to change that contract.
So
We need
Santos, to the public who are listening, or the people who are listening, what do you suggest they do then if they want to get their name off?
Well, I would start with getting knowledge, becoming aware of the subject, and growing. Just grow, okay? Because it's very daunting to tackle the subject of getting out of a system that has been evolving for at least 5,000 years. This enslavement system was already set up before Babylon. Well, I'm pointing to Persia here. Persia is the source of all of this enslavement system. You know, Babylon and Egypt get the bad rap in the Bible. You know, the children of Israel were sold off into Egypt, and then they went to Babylon for 70 years. You know, it's God's people, the children of Israel. The 12 tribes will be Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. There you go. That's the tribe of Benjamin, the tribe of Dan, Issachar, Naphtali, Zebulon, Simeon, Reuben. It's all the 12 tribes of Israel. Okay, it's astrology. So when the children of Israel are lost in Egypt, Egypt is just another word for the world. Babylon is just another word for the world. Ba is father, yeah, and Lon it's like the gate of the father. Okay, and Egypt also means something similar. Okay, but Persia was the Persian Empire is the one, the Medes and the Persians. From the Medes you get media, and that is the false media. And from Persia you get the Iranian, what the Iranians are up to, which is, you know, to control the whole world, really. The Iranian families anyway. They are the richest by far, and they've been at this slave system for good 3,000 to 5,000 years. When the Persians decided 2,500 years ago that they were going to take on Greece, well, the Greeks defeated them, but ultimately the Persians defeated them through the back door. They set up Rome and Tuscany to destroy Greece from behind so that they could enter into Europe, set up a Babylonian system in Europe, which they did through Rome, and then now in Venice. Venice controls all of this commerce, filthy commerce, and through the banking families of Italy, Florence, Siena, Genova, and Venice and Rome. They then funded the conquistadors to go and take the Americas. And then in the early 1500s, they funded Copernicus to create a globe, which is the source of all globalism, global religion, New World Order. It's all the biggest psyop that ever existed, which is the globe. And it started in the 1500s. And the families that started this are the most powerful Persian families. The Farnese family, number one. No one is more powerful than the Farnese family. They are on top. They always have been for 5,000 years. The Orsini family are right up there with them. And the Orsini are the generators of the Rothschilds, the Rockefellers, the Windsors. The Windsors are Guelphs. And the Guelphs are another name of the Orsini, just as Rothschild is another name for Orsini. But the third family, I would say, is the Borgia family. These three families created the Jesuits. Alessandro Farnese, Pope Paul III of 1543. He was a Farnese. Copernicus dedicated his book to Alessandro Farnese. Okay, and the Farneses and the Borgia, they are the two families who created the Jesuits. They financed Ignatius de Loyola. They financed Martin Luther. They financed Calvin, King Henry VIII. It was all orchestrated by Venice, by the Farnese family and the Orsini family and the Borgia family. Those are the three most important families who are Persian. The other Persian family or Median family is the Medicis. Med comes from media. They own the media and they own the medical pharmacratic inquisition or big pharma, the De Medicis. They are also related to the Farneses and the Orsinis and the Borgia. They're all one big family. And they are the people who create the egregores and the demonic systems of slavery of Babylon through the birth certificate. And they create the demons, and then they create the little papers, put spells on the little papers called birth certificates, and they swindle everybody into being absorbed into this Babylonian system of enslavement.
It just seems everything's about being slaves.
Yeah, well, that's how
it's about being a slave.
Yeah, well, that's how these families work. They have all the power. Just give you an example. Pepe Orsini is the Grey Pope. Now, the Grey Pope pulls the strings of the white Pope, Francis, and the Black Pope, Nicholas Adolphus, and Hans Kalvenbach, who is supposedly retired. The Jesuits now have two superior generals, and Nicholas Adolfo is the Black Pope. Okay, he is the superior general of the Jesuits. Now, who pulls their strings? Pepe Orsini. He's the Grey Pope. How many people know about the Grey Pope? Not many. And currently, if you want to see what power the Farneses have, King Juan Carlos I of Spain is a Farnese, and he is currently the Roman monarch of the world. He is the King of Jerusalem. These are all the titles he has. Okay,
right.
He is the military navigator of the Knights of Malta. So he runs the Knights of Malta, and the King of Spain. Well, of course, Spain is the one who owns all the trusts of the Americas, the conquistador families who conquered them. It's just the same three families. You know, you can go straight back to them. The Farneses, Fidel Castro is a Farnese, by the way. And he pretty much, he's the boss of all of South America. People don't realize Fidel Castro has run America since the 60s. He runs everything. He dictates every move, every dictatorship that must come in and fall, every revolution that's ever taken place. Fidel Castro is orchestrating the lot of it, everything. He is a Farnese. So if you want to know more about this, I would research Lauren Moray. She is a wonderful researcher and exposed all of these Persian bloodlines who have set up a slave system to rule the world. And you've got to remember, the Persians are the Iranians, and the Iranians are the Aryans, and this is the Aryan. This is the source of the Aryan trouble on the earth. It all goes back to Iran and Persia. Okay, they are the founders of this current timeline of slavery. They own it. And
Right.
Farnese, by the way, the language of Persia is Farsi, and that's where the Farnese come from, F-A-R, from the language of Persia, which is Farsi. Farnese, Farsi. It's the same word. They're telling you that they're Persian, but they all operate out of Italy. All of the bloodlines that run the world, Rothschilds, Rockefellers, doesn't matter. All of these names, Collins, Russell, DuPont, all of them, they're all subsets of the Farnese, the Orsini, and the Borgia.
That's a bit disheartening for me then, because my ancestry on my mother's side's Persian. So.
Yeah, but see, this has got nothing against Persians or Italians or English. When you know, the much hated British Empire doesn't reflect on English people at all. English people are as beautiful and wonderful as any other people. That we're all beautiful, you know.
Yes,
and you know, and I'm Italian. Does that mean you know, I should be stigmatized by the mafia? No. You know, Italians are beautiful people. Spanish, they're beautiful. Everyone's got their excellent, evolved, you know, exemplary models from every race, and every race also has their criminals. You know, so it's not about that. Don't go, you know, stigmatizing Persia or Italy or Babylon or Egypt. These are all beautiful parts of the world that has become decadent. And this decadence will lift itself up soon as we learn how to use our words correctly and to put better sonoluminescence in our words so that we can change all of these, you know, all of these torus fields that are struggling. What's happening is the Earth, the demigod, we are inside a solar system, which is a demigod. And as above, so below. As you suffer, so does the solar system suffer. So does our God, Brahma, Jehovah, Jesus, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. It's the same thing. That God is suffering. When you stop and think of all the pain that you have in your own organism, that is exactly how God feels. There's no difference. When peace and love and bliss and joy are fully in your heart, world. The only reason why the two haven't met, internal, on the same plane of love and bliss and joy, is because we are preventing it. It's because we, well, passively we are preventing it. We're not actively, of course. You wouldn't do that. But it's because we have not. Yeah, we do have to realize how powerful we are and how we are going to usher in this new age with our words and with our power and our love and our knowledge and the fact that we are humble enough to entertain all the ancient truths, like geocentrism, for instance. It takes an intelligent but humble individual to even entertain it these days. The massive ridicule you get from upside down spinners once you start talking about the earth being stationary, which all the ancients knew it was. Obviously it's not moving. Yeah, that's obvious, isn't it? And yet people, you know, despite the glaring obviousness of how the nature is, that it is the earth that is stationary and that the ether is turning, despite that, they will still stab you in the face with a knife of ridicule because you are teaching and you are entertaining thoughts that their education system won't allow. How dare you, you know, speak badly about the Santa ball. You know, we are upside down spinning. We've evolved from spinning. We've evolved from monkeys, you know, and blah, 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 and all of these pseudoscience. They're lovers of theories. the Copernicus hypothesis is still a hypothesis. Newton's gravity is still a hypothesis. He never wrote a book where he called it a law. So why do they call it a law these days? He never upgraded it. No one has. Well, because it's the law, because you don't speak against the law of scientism. You'll be ridiculed. All the institutions support it. That's why it's a law, because it's the same as those fictional police codes that they call laws. They're not laws. It's the force of law. So if you don't believe it, you're ridiculed. But Darwin's theory on evolution has never been upgraded to a fact. The Big Bang theory is a theory still, hasn't been upgraded to a fact. Quantum theory, particle, physics and all of these mumbo jumbo bullshit, particle physics, well, there aren't any particles. So why the freaking hell do you have a whole field of science called particle physics and particle accelerators? How in the hell are they going to get one particle when the universe has never made one? I don't know how they're going to do it, but they sure are hoarding lots of money to make machines and technology to find this God particle. So they love these upside down theories. Copernicus's hypothesis, Darwin's hypothesis, Einstein's theory. What is it? It's a theory of relativity, isn't it? It's not a fact. They love these theories. Who are the most important scientists who ever lived for them? Darwin, Copernicus, Newton, Einstein. And they were all idiots. They're all pseudo-scientists, upside down spinners. Because as Matt was saying before, everything is backwards. It is. It's all backwards. That's why the genius Pierluigi Iguina, who in 1995 said that the Earth is stationary and proved it with his stroboscopic
yes,
machine.
Santos. Yes, Santos on a hangout the other day talking about that. Explain a little bit more about that.
Yeah, well, here we have a modern day experiment, and I've published this now and posted it everywhere. Pierluigi Iguina, who worked with Marconi for 10 years, claimed that the Earth is stationary and proved it. And so here we have someone on YouTube. You can't bring back Sagnac, Michelson Morley, George Airy, and all of these other guys from the 17th, 18th, 19th century who proved that the Earth does not move. They don't have YouTube videos, but we do have one genius who died in 2004, Pierluigi Iguina, who worked with Marconi, and they together developed a system of two antennas, one like Tesla, same as Tesla. They put an antenna up into the sky and another one penetrating the ground. And they discovered what Luigi Iguina calls the solar Earth rhythm, because he says there's only two energies. There's the spiraling energy of the sun, and it's clockwise as it spirals out from the sun, penetrates the Earth and is reversed. And it is reversed anti-clockwise. And those two spirals are all that exists. He says that is how all matter is condensed and made, and that is how he discovered with Marconi that the Earth does not move. And how did they do that? Very easy. You see, what they did was they connected the Earth energy, the antenna, to a light. And then they connected the sun's antenna to a light, right? And then they flashed on the pulses of these energies of the Earth and the sun, and what they found was it was rotating. And not both of them were not rotating, just what Pierluigi Iguina calls the solar energy. He says the solar energy is rotating, causing modern day scientists to see everything in reverse. Man has been deceived because he sees everything in reverse. Instead of seeing that the ether turns, he sees and believes that the earth is turning. Foolishly and stupidly, he has believed his senses when his senses have tricked him. And Igina insists on this particular point, that everything man does is in reverse. That's why he's got it all wrong. All of his sciences, everything, it's all in reverse. Therefore, humans are believers of effects. They're not knowers of causes. See, flat earthers, the ultimate intelligence test has come upon us, and that is the stationary flat earth. That is the one that has separated the sheep from the goats. The goats, they're on balls. They're going to defend their ball while the demons and the egregores that the elite families have created are in existence. While they are extant, these people will defend something they have no evidence for. That's the way they are. They are stubborn like goats. The sheep, who are intelligent and spiritual and use their intelligence, they know the ancient truths. They are more in tune with it. They are more in touch with it. They are connected to it. So for them, all someone has to do is introduce the concept to them, and they fly with it. Their minds are opened because they're already, in a sense, preconditioned to the truth because they've lived it longer. They've experienced it longer. They've fought for it longer. They've fought the true battle, the fine fight. Whereas these other ones, these pseudo-intellectuals who love their pseudoscience and defending theories and hypotheses which have never been proven, that's because they belong to the demonic herd mind, the hive mind. They have not use of their own mental faculties. They do not use their own minds. They are not in control of them, and they are not using them. HARP and all of these other mind control government programs are actually keeping them dumbed down with education and what they've learnt in their education system, which is all lies, because they don't have the mental force to be able to escape this pull of the world's influence, the world's devices to dumb them down. You see, all those HARP antennas and all of those EMF frequencies out there, they do not affect us. They're not for us. There's no way there's any machine that a man can make that can destroy the soul and the spirit of an enlightened being. That's why it's so important to be enlightened, because they have no hold of us. Take courage, for I have conquered the world, said the Lord Jesus. Take courage. How to conquer the world is to conquer all of its depraved vibrations. All of the world follows depravity, and all we have to do is avoid being tainted by those low vibrations, by those evil vibrations of the world that are demonic, and we will conquer the world.
Santos, asking you, why do you think that quite a few people woke up last year?
Well, waking up was more like a constant in the past, but now it's very exponential. The curve is definitely exponential. And what is happening is the 144,000, which is a symbolic number, by the way, it might have a factual base to it, but ultimately it's symbolic. It's symbolic of the consciousness grid that is needed to bring back the Christ consciousness or the Krishna consciousness. And this is easy to work out. In your body, you have 7 chakras, and all the 6 bottom chakras, the petals amount to 144. Okay, so if you take the red chakra at the bottom, which is 4 petals, Then the orange one is 6, the yellow one is 10, the green one is 12, the blue one is 16, and the indigo one is 96. All of that amounts to 144. Okay. The top crown chakra is called the 1,000-leafed lotus, petaled lotus. Well, if you multiply 1,000 by 144, you get 144,000. So in the Bible, where it talks about the 144,000 in Revelation 14:1, it says, and the Lamb, that's Aries, the cerebrum, standing upon Mount Zion, which is the spinal vertebrae, the spinal column, and Aries, the cranium, or the top of the head of the human being. Aries is the Lamb of God, sitting upon Mount Zion with 144,000. So you get all of this symbology, which is clearly indicating that this 144,000 consciousness state is when all the chakras are activated. You are now at one of the 144,000. So that's how we know it's a symbolic number. It's not a literal number. You don't have to, oh Lord, I want to be in that number. Or when the saints go marching in. So the saints, the 144,000, you don't have to fight to get into that number. You hear, when I was Jehovah's Witness, you'd hear certain ones saying, oh, I'd love to be one of the anointed, one of the 144,000. You can rule with God as a king and priest in heaven. Well, that's what everyone has the capacity to do. So when that 144,000 are being collected, the angels that are holding back the four winds of the tribulation, they are going out into the harvest. And what's happening is they are finding ones that are ready, humble, meek, teachable, and ready ones that are being activated. So, we can't expect it to just continue at a flat rate or at a constant rate. It will be exponential until all the number of the 144,000 are sealed. Then will come upon the world all the destruction upon this. And the destruction won't mean the destruction of the physical earth or human beings for that matter. It's the world, it's the earth of Babylon the Great that will be destroyed. See, that's why the elites, they don't repent. They don't turn around and say, oh, look, we'll just be nice guys now. We're sick of being evil. That's not going to happen. And the reason being is because, they're not in that exponential number. Their hearts are intent on destruction, rule or ruin.
Siri said this would change this 2019. 2019. Santa?
Yeah, I heard that. And the date was 1619 that he mentioned, 400 years prior. Yep, everything went south after the Renaissance. And the last pope of the Renaissance was Farnese. He killed it. How did he kill it? Well, he's the guy who Copernicus dedicated his book to. He killed it, the Renaissance. The elite families had to, because what they did was they created his Archbishop Gasparo Contarini, created the Protestant Reformation. They funded Martin Luther and Calvin. Both of these were Jesuits, and they were they started that around the 1512, around the time when Rome was, the Venetians were about to be sacked. There was a big League of Nations. Every nation, even the Vatican, they all armed up against the Venetians because they realized that the Venetians were destroying everything they touched. But the Venetians survived, and they still survive to this day. But back then, Farnese, Pope Paul III, he funded Gasparo Contarini's cardinal to create the Protestant Reformation. Then he convened, after he blessed Ignatius Loyola and the Jesuits with the Borgia family, he convened the Council of Trent. Okay, that was a 24-year council. In 1545 that started, ended in the 1560s, and that was to...
What happened a few hundred years ago then to change then with Copernicus and what happened then? What happened then?
Well, this is it. These were the years when everything changed. It was between about 1512 and 1545. That's when all the action happened. Rome was sacked. The last sacking of Rome was 1527. Then the elite families realized, we are vulnerable. Armies can sack Rome. The Venetians have been attacked as well. And it looked like their plan of the New World Order was failing. So what they did was they invented the globe, because they realized that the age of discovery was upon us. Giovanni Cabot, Christopher Columbus, Amerigo Vespucci, all of these guys were, just sailing willy-nilly throughout the earth. And of course, people were going to realize soon enough that the earth is flat and horizontal. So they had to start a mind control program of globalization. Okay, globalization started in 1543 with what's called the Copernican Revolution. It was a revolution, not only because now he's saying that everything revolves, but because it was a complete revolution, a watershed mark point of history, where before that, the earth was always known to be stationary. All the ancients, every single culture, bar none, have the earth as stationary and a horizontal plane. So they knew that once they conquered the Americas, that would have, and Australia and all the Pacific Islands and everything, they knew that they would have had all of what's inside of the Antarctic ring under domination. So they called it a globe, turned it into a globe, and started, all of this global lies. Then in the early 1600s, I don't know what it was that Ceres mentioned, 1619. What happened that day, that year, Ceres?
So far, I heard that from that moment, the whole Israel roundup into slavery began, including America, and the whole why Columbus went that way as well, because they had to rob, they had to go to their nation to actually destroy it and take it over. And that's
right. Right. So they had to pretty much conquer all the lands that would come into their global system, turn them into slavery. And how they did that was very clever. Through papal bulls. Alessandro Farnese, Pope Paul III, that I've been mentioning, he also was the one who wrote the papal bull Convocation. And Convocation is the last of the three Sestui trusts. And Farnese, he had the Convocation written. So, and his relative, one of his relatives 300 years prior, Pope Boniface VIII, who wrote Unum Sanctum, he was a Gaetani. The Gaetani and the Farnese and the Orsini, they're pretty much all one family, okay? They all intermarry. So the Gaetani are the family who started the Unum Sanctum trusts. And then the last one of the three trusts was created by Farnese, the guy who funded Copernicus, created the Jesuits, created the Protestant Reformation, killing hundreds of millions of innocent people, and creating the Council of Trent, among many, many other very, very powerful things that this Pope did. So convocation is the papal bull that owns your soul. Okay, that says that all souls belong to the Vatican. The two previous bulls, which are Attorney Regis of 1482, 10 years prior to Columbus, that steals your chattel, your property. And the first one, which is, so you got convocation, Attorney Regis, and Romanus Pontifex, I think it's called, the other papal bull. They are the three stages of complete ownership of your soul. The first one owns your land, the second one owns your property, and the third one owns your soul. So when you look at these families, remember when Columbus came back in 1493, he signed a treaty of Tordesillas, and that was with Borgia, Pope Alexander VI. He was the Pope who carved up the Americas. Half was given to Portugal, half was given to Spain. And even to this day, the East is Portuguese and all the West is, of a certain line that this Borgia Pope, Alexander VI, that line that he drew, that's still there today, and it's still respected today. Okay, so again, the Borgia family, they carved up the Americas. The Farnese family, these two families created the Jesuits. The Jesuits immediately set up camp all over the Americas, and brought the Inquisition to Mexico. They couldn't get an Inquisition in North America, but they had, if you look in Wikipedia under the word Inquisition, you'll see the history of the Inquisition and the name that it's under today. It's still in operation today. It's got this very lovely name. It sounds very innocent, but it's not. And the Jesuits are behind all of it, and the Jesuits are run by the Borgia, Farnese, and Orsini families. Anyway, we got right off track there, but I mean, the point was that Matt was starting to talk about the birth certificate and how we are, human batteries. Well, we do have to understand how we've been enslaved, okay? We have to understand the cause of the enslavement, which is the demonic bloodlines with their demons, because they've created demons, and their globe. So you have to understand those three things. You have to understand the families behind it. You have to understand the globe and how it fits in. And you have to understand the demonic forces that they conjure up to do the policing, to do the intimidating, to do the, to instill the fear in the hearts of mankind so that they will believe that they are subject to some higher power. And so far, that higher power they acknowledge is demons, because they have turned their backs on God's law. They do not recognize God's law. They don't know the constitution of their nation. So they have to go to man's laws, which are codes and acts and statutes. So they're the ones, we have left God's law. We have left the constitution. We've got to go back to our constitutions and learn them and live them, because all the constitutions were written based on spiritual law and natural law. They're not codes. Constitutions are not codes. They are law. And this is God's law that we have turned our backs on.
Yeah, the law of land. Yeah, the law of land.
That's right. We have exchanged the laws of God for the laws of men, the rules of men.
Is that because they wanted, believe in God anymore. Well, the government has become the God. The government has become the God.
You're in an echo.
So are you, Siri? Someone's echoing. I think it's Santos, but that's the way it is. Yeah, the governments are like gods now. No one believes in anything else. They only believe in what the government's telling you, and all that's a lie. They've made space and rockets and planets that we visit and moon and all that sort of stuff. It's the governments now that are like God. Anyway.
Yeah. Sorry, I've just got a question from chat here for Santos, if you don't mind. He's just it's from Ian Tinsley. He's just asking why the Pope resigned. Why did the previous Pope resign, please? Sorry.
Okay, well, if you look at the BBC article that was written the day Pope Boniface resigned, you'll understand everything. In that article, he mentioned that the Pope said that he can no longer continue in the Petrine ministry. Petrine means Peter, Jupiter. Now, the law of Jupiter, the ruler of Pisces, is a different law to the ruler of Aquarius, who is Saturn. Okay, Jupiter's law is expansive. It's benefic, but the most important thing is to understand that it was a capitalistic system. Jupiter represents capital, and he represents expansion. Saturn, on the other hand, it's more spiritual. Okay, the ruler of Aquarius, but Saturn has his negative sides as well, which is restriction, constriction. So, the concept of expansion and the blessing behind it of the Jupiterian system had to be that Pope. That system has been around for 2,000 years, the age of Pisces. He had to resign because it was 2012, and 2012 was the crossover point. That's when Aquarius officially begins. Okay, because the cusp started in 1962, and the harmonic convergence of that was in 1987, which is 25 years later. And then 25 years later, you get 2012. So from 62 to 2012, that was the 50-year cusp period. They knew that they had to resign the bark of St. Peter. The bark of St. Peter cannot continue. And that's why he said, I can no longer continue in the Petrine ministry, and I have to dock the bark of St. Peter. So what he's telling esoterically, and to those who have ears to hear, is that Peter is going to be retired. The bark of Peter is going to be retired. And that system, that law system, which is basically the birth certificate system and the baptism of water into the birth certificate, that was going to be retired. Okay, so they were forced. He was also forced to resign, probably at the time that he did, because the Jesuits want to take over, which they did with Pope Francis, because they are Saturnian, the Jesuits, and Saturn is the ruler of Aquarius. They wanted to see if they couldn't start up a new slave system for another 1,000 years. So, so that's what they're doing. They're failing because why? Well, people are waking up. So they had to resign one system, retire it, and then for the first time in history, the Jesuits now are running the Rome and the ship of, well, not St. Peter, it's St. Paul now, because Saturn is Paul. Peter and Paul are Jupiter and Saturn. That's all it is. Apollo is Paul and Apollo is Saturn. So that's how you know. And there's always been this war against the Saturnian and the Jupiterian strains of every religion. Christianity has it as well. The Jews have it as well. Most Jews are Saturnian, and that's the Eloistic branch. But the Geoistic branch of Jews, that's from Jupiter. Okay, so the Saturn, is the Eloistic Jewish branch, and then the Geoistic. Those are the two branches, okay, of Judaism, and both of them are rooted in Jupiter and Saturn, Peter and Paul. Jupiter and Apollo. So what we have now is we have the sickle, the hammer and the sickle of Saturn coming down upon humanity. That's what the Jesuits aim to do through Francis. They aim to usher in the last, the last remaining mechanisms of the New World Order, which is rooted in the globe of 400 years ago, and they are trying to usher it in quickly so that they can kickstart this slave system again. They've just got to bless it, and inaugurate it. So how they've done that was they've placed their Pope Francis, their number one man, in position, and they're going for world domination. But it's obvious to the world and them that they're failing.
So if they want to continue to do this to Santos, what are they going to do then? Because there's more people waking up, even if people are a bit silent, aren't they? There'll be silent flat earthers, or whatever you want to call them. But what are they going to try and do then? Because they obviously want to keep, they're never going to give up NASA, are they? And say, oh, that's all a lie or anything. So what do you reckon is going to happen then? To control us more, because more waking up.
Well, we're gonna be going along the same way as we have been in the last couple of years. Exponentially, they are being exposed. When they get to this point, they've got no more tricks to pull. It's like a magician stands on a corner and he pulls crowds every day, and he loves his little corner, because he pulls gullible people every day until one day a little boy works out his magic card trick and exposes him and tells the crowds. Well, now the magician just can't go to that corner anymore, because there's that demographic of people, or that corner has exposed him, if you know what I mean. So if a local musician, he's got to go and travel the world to find gullible people that haven't worked out. So this is what happens with tricksters. Tricksters can only trick you when they have developed a trick that is over and above your senses and your intelligence to pick up. So what's happening now, though, is that exponentially human intelligence and insight and understanding is just expanding massively, exponentially. And already, half of these false prophets and liars and demoniacs are resigning, packing up, changing jobs, realizing that they can't go on. Here in Australia, one of the long-standing free-to-air corporate commercial TV stations has had to close. Channel 10, that's been a channel since I was a little boy. They've just had to close. They just can't get corporate sponsors to fund them. And look what's happening with CNN now. The rumors about CNN going down, and it's obvious that it's going down. All of these free-to-air bullshit stations, they're all going broke because no one puts any credit in them anymore. It's like the boy who cried wolf, too many times. So we don't have to worry about how it's going to come down and what can we do, as we all do. I mean, I do. I sometimes I have sleepless nights thinking, how can I help humanity more? How can we, bring on paradise quicker rather than later? We all do this, but we don't have to, because it's all under control. In Bhagavad Gita, it calls Krishna Ishwara Paramakrishna. Well, Ishwara Paramakrishna means the supreme controller, Krishna. That's because we, in our Christ state of unconditioned oneness, are in control. And we wrote the script, and we are witnessing how beautiful it is that we are going to destroy the demoniacs. Bhagavad Gita speaks about Krishna when he says, when he sees that the world is full of demonic activity, he comes to vanquish the demons. Well, that's what's happening right now. We are growing in Christ consciousness. We are becoming fully activated Christs. And this is what will save the world, our own salvation.
Yes. Well, Ceres reckons that the whole thing that they're trying to do is to hide you as a person. It's all to cover up who and what you are so that you don't know.
Yeah, what I want to say is actually taking responsibility. We have it anyway. We only give it away. We can't give it away no matter how hard we try. We end up with the result anyway. So yeah, just why not take the actual responsibility you have anyway and be the writer of your own life?
Can I just say that Matt just wanted to say something. Matt?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I gotta step out for the night, but I want to throw a few points on money, just for this conversation, just so it's here. I used to work for the banks, and I understand like the commerce and stuff, and there's also some funny things. This is all a big sound trap. When you recognize it as a sound trap, when you write, you're writing spells, and it's a dead language. Writing is a dead language because original people were telepathic. They didn't speak. They wrote songs that weren't sung, and they had thoughts that weren't spoken because no one dared disturb the sound of silence. So we've been monetized and demonetized, demonetized, demonized, demonetized, devalued, and moon-eyed into money. We've been demonetized, devalued, and moon-eyed into currency.
Not good, hey?
Huh?
Not good, hey?
No, that don't sound good, does it? Moon-eyed for money.
Matt, I just wanted to say something. You said that you also, I won't even say the word because I'll let you say it, but you said you held this word up and by accident you saw it in the mirror. And it means that that is also a lie.
Oh.
Do you want to say what that is? I'm sure you'll remember.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. It's the greatest day of my life. I really figured out all this mathematics is because of that darn piece of paper. Santos, this is so funny because I walk around with this little notepad and I'll have ideas and I'll write them down. And, sometimes it might be a week before I get back to the idea. But I had that darn notebook in the mirror and I was brushing my teeth and on the paper I'd written down Fibonacci. Well, when you look at Fibonacci in the backwards, when you're reading it from the right to the left instead of the left to the right, you can plainly see that it's saying, I can see on a fib. I can see a fib. I can see on a fib. So it's saying that it's a lie. And then if you just listen to the sound, right? It's a fib of the Nazi persuasion. It's a Fibonacci. It's a lie. And how much of a lie? There's a little lie in every truth. right?
True, true.
So here's the lie. We're not in the Fibonacci. They're not dealing with half numbers. They don't take that into the equation, because in multiplication, which is the basis of God's language, you can't take one and multiply it by itself and cause current, cause expanse. 1 times 1 is always 1. You'll never get more. So the equation that you get when you read the book of Enoch talks about, and I can't, I read that book when I was 12. That one line popped into my head while I was thinking about it. You get what you need when you need it. And what it's saying is self times self and a half. How do you do that? It's half numbers. So you start looking at the Fibonacci sequence, and time is square, right? And in the sequence of numbers that is in the Fibonacci, you don't get no square numbers. You don't get a right angle. You don't get a 90-degree angle. You don't get a square. You don't get nothing that comes to a square. But when you go to this truth that I discovered by reducing and just starting out with a half number, so going 1 to 1 5, self times self and a half, that would be the representation of that, 1 to 1 5. And then the same concept applies how they do the rolling of the numbers. That's where that doesn't change. You just keep it with that. Just start with the half number and go from 1 to 1 5. And then the next number would be 2 5. The sum of the last two numbers makes the next one. So then 2 5 and 1 5. Third number in, you got 4. There's your right angles. There's your square. That doesn't happen in Fibonacci. You don't get no fabric of reality. You don't get no time space. You don't got no form. You see what I'm showing you?
Yeah.
Seems really a combination of the square and the circle, in the sense of that the square is the spatial construct and then the circle is the,
which is why right, which is why it's the understanding of Atlantean math, which is what I've figured out. This is Atlantean concepts that I've uncovered with the heart of a child. I see it plain as day. 12 is really 3 square, or 4 triangles. See, 3 points or 4. But 12 is the point where the two crossroads, they meet in the perfect shape. That's what the tetragrammatron was representing, with square meets circle. That's literally what it meant. The sum of all things, where square meets circle. And you get that inside of 12 by 12, 144 square, you get the circle. That's the other part of that. Because everything's, that's what they're talking about. Everything's inside of this tetragrammatron, Metatron's cube, or the torus. Another word for it would be the Metatron cube. And, Yahweh is outside space and time holding the Metatron cube, watching the show. And we're all in this bubble on a plane, in this you and I verse. And we're all tethered to this energy inside of Metatron's cube. And like you're talking about, Santos, if you don't figure this crap out, then you're stuck here. You have to come back into another carnated body. If you don't come back to source, because you didn't find your way out of the box. The Metatron cube, the Kabbalah, Mecca, the Star of David, the Raphaim, the dead, it's all a spinning cube. It's all cube worship. Crucifix, it's the unfolded cube. They're all worshiping a cube, a box. And then you go take your currency, right? You cash your check. You go down and buy your Nikes with your Saturn rings, right? That's the swoosh. These are rings of Saturn on your shoes. You're trading your time for sounds of Saturn, symbols for your eyes, and logos, sound symbols for your eyes. So you're trading yourself in for money, and then you're trading it for products dedicated to Saturn. In the form of corporate logos and symbolism.
Hmm. I'm
Isn't
sure
that
Francis will agree with you on that one.
isn't that funny? It really is funny. I'm just being sarcastic. But everything's, you look at, Microsoft is Foursquare, the same logo that you cut the corners on the Microsoft logo. You got the Queen's crown. Everybody's worshiping a damn cube, and the creator is definitely not a box. He's outside the box. All these programs are trying to square your aura. They're trying to block you into their programming, their thinking, and cut you off from the sound of the source. The sound. The truth is the sound of the source. That's why your heart will vibrate to it, because there's only one truth. That's that quantum line that doesn't stop moving. It's the constant resonance. Your heart will just go to it. It's like getting caught in a whirlpool in the ocean. You're gonna be able to swim your way out? No, you're just gonna get sucked to the middle and down and dead. Pulled right to the bottom. You start looking at the truth. You go into the whirlpool and it sucks you right in. You gotta wind up to the truth. It doesn't matter what way you go, come at it from. If you're in it for the intent of looking for the truth, everybody winds up at the same point. It doesn't matter where they jumped into the rabbit hole from, because it goes down and around to the same point, because it's all energy turning in on itself.
Matt, I know that you said that you're moving, but what is it that you would like to do? You'd like a laboratory of some kind, wouldn't it? Isn't that what you were telling me? You'd like to be doing and stuff.
I have been manipulating metals I don't even really know what I'm doing. I'm just calling it tinkering. But what I'll tell you from my tinkering is that I've designed a glove that's very curious. And basically, it's copper coils. Everything has its own signature. Everything has its own frequency. It doesn't matter what it is. It has a frequency vibration, it'll state. So with the copper, what I've done is binding it to a coil, creating a coil. The resonance just goes around this coil, but it's a negative material. And by putting a positive material inside the container, it's causing it to fight itself. But there needs to be a spark. This is the kicker. There needs to be something that causes the two to fight each other, right? There needs to be a shove. There needs to be something there. And that's what the palladium is. Palladium's a diatonic metal that does not like copper at all, but it's magnetic to iron. So I put it in the middle of copper, and it's creating a static field. It's creating electricity, a couple milliamps, just stationary, no moving parts, no noise, nothing. And I've been doing this for about a year, and even my own natural current is way higher, just from handling the materials all the time. And I'm very attuned and aware to these energies because of handling them, because they're passing through my body when I'm working with them. Also, people shake my hand and they look at me kind of funny because my hands are very cold all the time. That's because my current is really high, because that's all we are, is electricity. So to maintain your health, you need to maintain your electrical current, because that's the very definition of dying, is losing your electrical current. And we are what we eat. So if all we're eating is artificial food and preservatives and crap that you can't even pronounce, you are that stuff. You're that stuff. You're a light body eating artificial food. Then you become fake. You're not even real. If you're a vegetarian, here's an interesting thing, or somebody, you can have them photocopy their hands. Place them on a photocopier and photocopy their hands. And take somebody's hands that only eats McDonald's or artificial foods and have them photocopy their hands. You're going to see a dramatic difference in the hand scans between the vegetarian and the person that eats a lot of artificial junk. You're going to see a lot more electrical current in their hands. It'll appear when you photocopy the hands. Pretty interesting. Something I caught on to. So you are what you eat. So maintaining an electrical value, acidic. You need to be acidic. A shot of apple cider vinegar every day will strip your digestive tract and maintain a level of acid in your stomach. Most people that suffer heartburn in the world, they're not suffering heartburn. They're suffering acid reflux because they ate too much dairy, they ate too much cheese, they took too many heartburn pills. So now their pores in their stomach's clogged and their stomach's not producing enough acid, so they're getting gas bubbles that travel up the esophagus into their throat, and pop, you think you got heartburn. But surprise, your valves are clogged. So take some shots of vinegar, $2. Imagine how much money I just saved you.
Yes. So what do you want to do with this glove, by the way, then, that you've made?
Well, that glove, that's just one thing. I don't know what it could do. I think it could create, I think I can pass current from one person to another with this thing. The glove is just the idea of merging the field to the body in a completed circuit. How do you pass a sound wave through a human body? This is the concept I've been working on. Like I was telling you earlier, all cancers are sound frequencies, vibrations. They have different frequencies. So therefore, they're alive. If you recognize everything as living by this mathematics, that's how you have to recognize it, because everything's alive. So you got a living host. You got a parasite. You got something inside you that's not of your vibrational state, that's dropping your vibration. You need to match the vibration of the thing that's in the body to what it's eating. The part of your sound wave that it's eating on, you got to kill it. This won't kill you or affect you. You need to maintain it long enough to kill the parasite. It shouldn't take long, a couple of minutes. You know, it's like taking a fish out of the water and throwing it on the land. How long before the fish is dead? It can't survive without its food source or its air. So you trick the disease into thinking that the host is dead and it'll just kill itself.
Right. Could I ask you something a bit about when you were talking about the blue-blooded and that they could levitate? But in a sense, while the blood's not oxygenated, it's blue in our veins.
Right. That's because everybody comes from Adam, and Adam was a pure blood, blue blood. But the blue bloods they're talking about is when you cut the blood, bleeds blue. You bleed blue. That's the copper base. That's the negative blood types. And in the churches of blood, there are 13 blood types. There's one that's neutral, that serves left and the right, which is the house of Levite. And Levite is AB negative. It can fuel anybody's blood. It's a neutral blood that can heal. There's a part in it that can be receptive. It can be taken by anybody. So that's the middle ground. And you got 6 bloods to the left and 6 to the right. Churches of blood. It's really 7. One's kind of in the middle of the ground. You know, it could go 7 left one way and 7 to the other way. But it's 13. That's the middle ground. And you go in Moses, he talks about the Levites. The Levites were the only ones that could handle the Ark of Gabriel, the covenant. They were the only ones that could handle it because, I think, of the copper content in their blood. They were more electric than the rest. They had a higher electrical capability. When I go around radios and televisions, I affect distortion in them because of my field of energy around my body. I can feel when my phone is going to ring before it rings. People have personal signatures on their energy. I know without looking out my door or my window who's knocking at my door, even if they didn't call me before they showed up, because everybody's energy has its own signature based on the experiences of the vessel, the expressions of it. Everybody just puts off a different vibe.
Hmm. So these blue-blooded, were they the pyramid people?
Yes, the Atlanteans, the pre-Babylonian Egyptians, the Greeks, the Spartans, the nomadics. I believe the European black royals that they're talking about were the original Greeks and Irish. Well, I'm very the history on this part's really confusing to me, because I'm hearing stuff about like giants in Africa. If anybody's familiar with that, the giants of Canadar.
There's giants
And
everywhere, wasn't there?
yeah, well, this happened in 2012. This guy was 12 feet tall, 1,100 pounds. And he was killed. He was killed by the U.S. military. You can Google L.A. Mazzaruli and the Giants of Canadar, Africa. It was about a 6-man military team that was swathing through mountains out over there, and they were being trained to shoot head high, okay, head or above. They were being trained to shoot at something above their head before they went on this mission. So the military knew that whatever they were countering, the soldiers were going to be smaller, or they were going to be shooting at something above their head. So therefore, they knew the target was going to be much larger than them. They sent them out there anyway. Well, from what I gather on the story was that they cornered one. They cornered one in a freaking cave, and he came out, and they're talking about he had a spear and a shield, and they was talking about this guy stuck a soldier with a spear, and he was so strong and so fast that he was able to lift that guy still on a spear and stick another man with the spear. He speared 2 people with the same spear and had them on a stick. Had them on a stick. 2 people on a stick. This guy was 12 feet tall, 1,100 pounds, and he ran 2 U.S. soldiers through with a spear. Shish kebab.
Basically, the giants are still alive. So where are they then?
Well, I just told you, Africa, Canada, Africa, and the remote desert regions. That's the reason why I'm wondering on this part, is because the giant they killed, they shot him dead in the head. He had flaming red hair and 6 fingers and 6 toes. And when you look at statues of King Nimrod, the depictions of him, you look at the cat that he's holding in the statue, that the famous one there. That's not a cat. That's a lion. It's not a kitty cat. He's holding a lion in a headlock. And he's got the lion off the ground a few feet. It's not a kitty cat. So that King Nimrod was about 12 feet, 13 feet tall. At least. In some parts of the world, they've uncovered skeletons as big as 30 to 40 feet tall.
Oh my goodness.
I've seen skulls bigger than Volkswagens. A skull. Just to give you an idea how big these people were before the flood. Bigger than a Volkswagen. The head of the giant was bigger than a Volkswagen. Just a skull.
Whoa.
Any type of evidence of these beings was destroyed, sold off into black markets, or locked up in the Vatican or put in a vault under the Smithsonian. These people are New World Order globalists, and they hide truths in these vaults. Anything that contradicts their educational system, they either lock it up in these vaults or they destroy it. Everybody thinks that Hitler was about trying to take over the world, and that's not true at all. You have to understand that he's a Rothschild. He's an illegitimate grandson to Lord Rothschild, the engineer of the Balfour Agreement. And you got to understand that Prescott Bush and Samuel Remington financed Hitler's campaign. They gave him money and guns. Remington Rifles gave him guns, and Samuel Prescott Bush gave him money. They set him up. The Allies were invading Germany. They were encroaching on Germany. They were encroaching on the borders. And if you ever, it took a lot to go and listen to Hitler. It really did. It took me a lot. I had a lot of conditioning, a lot of misconceptions, what the man was trying to get across. And when I finally went and listened to what was available, he wasn't trying to. He was trying to tell people to stay to their own race. He wasn't about. He was about cultural identity. He was about nationalism, and Allied forces were invading on his borders, and at the same time, they were already in Russia. And we're so worried about these 6 million Jews that were crucified in the German war. Well, I'm going to throw some things out there for you to go and investigate. The year before the war, there was only 1 million Jews. So how did they kill 6 million if there's only 1 million living in Germany before the war? Nations have been keeping census records of nationality and religions for over 200 years. It's not something new.
Well, we only, I mean, some of us are only just learning, aren't we, in the last year, how many lies there have been.
What they want you focused on that 6. They want you to focus on that 6. But when you go and look at census numbers before the war, the numbers don't add up. And at the same time this was happening, these are all magicians' tricks and illusions. We'll worry about the Jew. We'll own a Jew. Anne Frank's journal wasn't even finished by Anne Frank. Somebody else finished writing it for her many years later. The ink was different. Much later on, the chemical composites of the ink did not match up to the time frame. It was much later. So her story didn't even get finished by her. Somebody else that did it. But no one talks about the 33 million Christians that were crucified during World War II or gassed in Russia. That's the part that's being left out of the history books. They want you to worry about the 6 million Jews and not look at the 33 million Russians that were murdered by Allied forces during the war. They don't want you to see that. They just want you to worry about the Jews. So if you say anything against them, you're racist. You're anti-Semitic. You're anti-Israel. ISIS Ra-El. That's a Saturnia brotherhood of ISIS Ra and El, and their gods are penises and vaginas. You take the Jesus fish and you turn it 180 degrees. The truth is in 9. You turn it 180 degrees. 1 and 8 is 9. You got a penis. You turn it upright, you got a penis. You flip it upside down, you got a vagina.
Okay.
This is what it's all about. This is what it's all about. Go look at the Washington Monument. You got a vices. The Vicious Pisces is about the vagina.
This ties totally in what Santos brought in how the lower two chakras are called Sodom and Gomorrah, and that's exactly
Right.
the energy is what is motivated here.
I'm putting it so stupid that you gotta laugh about it. You know, what can you do? I mean, really. So you got that over there, the Washington, and the obelisk is a penis. It's representing Hiram Abiff's penis. The mason that built Solomon's temple. His 3 students murdered him for his secrets on spherical math, and he wouldn't give it to them. So the 3 of them they murdered him and they buried him in a pile of rubble. And the king heard about it later. They went to blow the body out of the rubble, and his penis was missing. That's why Freemasons wear skirts. In honor of Hiram Abiff's missing penis.
Deary me. Yeah, so basically we're living on a page where you've got to try and join all the dots together. You've got to find the next dot to get to the next dot to get to the next dot.
Right. And from my logical conclusions from looking at this, from not having any organizations tell me what to think, from living and experiencing life since I was 14 on my own, not having and living with the assumption that everyone was lying to me, I come out with the truth pretty easily. I just start seeing it. Every religion's worshiping a box. They're worshiping aspects, angles, or perspectives of the same thing. They're worshiping creation itself and not the creator. They're worshiping the physical world and the flesh in themselves and not the creator.
Yeah, it's just what
They've been
Santos said.
blind.
That's what Santos said.
Yeah. And, you know, when I worked for the insurance companies, I learned several things they call emotional Halian dialect. It's not, they don't call it that. They call it a triangle of communication. They use so many terms for this, but it's about 3 points of contact in a big deal or a 4 square in a car deal. In the car deal, you have 4 parts to the deal. You have the price of the car, you have the down payment, the monthly payment, and the trade-in value of the car. Well, you as a customer, you want to get the best deal for a car. So you go in there and the salesman, he's trying to get you on every square. He's trying to give you as little as possible for your car and hit you for as much money on your monthly payment and get you to put up front as much money as he can get out of your pocket. See? So he's working 4 squares on you while you're just looking at 1. All
Santos,
these things
oh, sorry, I was going to say, what does Santos think about what Matt's saying then? Santos?
Yeah, well, that's the materialist. There's 2 kinds of people in the world. There's the spiritualist and the materialist. Okay, according to Bhagavad Gita. One is a demigod, one is a demon. The materialists are considered to be demoniacs because they know only that one world. They do not acknowledge the source world. They do not acknowledge the spiritual world, the causal world. And so they are of one pole and lost. Whereas we are both material, of course, and we are spiritual. So we acknowledge our spiritual side. We talk about it, we develop it, we evolve it, we grow it, we water it, we look after it, we tend to its needs. So we are creating material things like houses and gardens. We're all good at that, no problem. We make music on our guitars, etc. But at the same time, we are creating spiritual things, concepts, understandings. We are putting our energy into both worlds. So this is what is required. And this is an individual that will not be squared. Okay, so as Matt was talking about all the ways in which they want to square us and pigeonhole us and put us in square homes and square blocks on the streets grid, and everything's gridded and squared, and and so it's all about making us conform synthetically. But underlying, there's a non-conformist, natural, free-loving individual, which is spiritual. So, as I said before, all of these programs to square us, they don't affect us. It's not for us. It's for the world, and we're watching it happen in real time. We're watching the world being squared. We're watching them being manipulated, governed, ruled, coerced, blocked, controlled, constricted. That is for them, and we are watching a different creation coming upon us, and that is one of freeing the mind, is one of unshackling the spirit, the soul, and becoming more unconditioned rather than conditioned. So rather than, hanging on to our opinions, we are letting go of them. We're watching them now rather than, giving them so much importance. So we are actually creating circle energies around us, spheres, which is more natural. The cube is a synthetic arrangement. And those who are being cubed, people who go to church, people who love their fathead diseases, bits of paper on their wall, and all of these people, they're quite happy with the synthetic cube energy, and they're being controlled and restricted and confined by it. Whereas we are liberating ourselves with the spherical energy, the circle, the cyclical energy. You see, we're starting to see everything outside of time, but cyclical. That's the superior way, to see cycles, to observe the cycles, watch them. A child grows and then dies, and everything does that. Leaves on a tree. Everything is blossoming, operating, then dissolving. So all we have to do is watch this cyclical nature, and we won't fall into that trap of being squared. It's not for us.
The conditioning's a bit hard to let go of, though, isn't it, Santos, for a lot of people? I think a lot of people think that they are flat earthers, but they don't realize they're still living conditioned. They're still living from the globe world. Even though people believe that they might be, they are flat earthers, but they still haven't it's hard to let go of the globe world, isn't it? That's what happens to people. That's what happens to people.
Yeah, well, the globe world is the herd mind, okay? And we still are connected to that. We can't totally not acknowledge it. It's there, okay? Whereas the flat earth mind is the freed mind, okay? So we have the both. And what you're saying, Karen, is true. Some of these flat earthers are still hanging on to globalist ideologies, like global warming, perhaps, they're still trying to box themselves into some kind of structure that the world has made, whether it be religious or political or whatever. They are still conforming to globalist concepts. Yes, you're right. I see that too. For instance, the complete package, the complete syncretic package, is to operate spiritually on all levels. Your diet, your thinking, your emotions. So it's no use, in my opinion, for me, this is for me, it's no use being a flat earther and eating meat. So these are totally contradictory things. Once upon a time, when the world was pure, and everyone knew that the earth was stationary and horizontal, they weren't murdering animals and eating their dead corpses. I mean, think about it. You are what you eat, right? So you go to the fridge and you eat dead, and you cook some dead animal. Well, then what are you? A dead animal. That's why the elites are pushing the meat industry, because they want dead animals. If you are what you eat,
They inject everything, don't they? They inject that with chemicals. So not just eating dead meat, you're eating chemicals as well.
yeah, yeah. So when I see a good little flat earther who's all upright and righteous about discovering the truth about the world, but he's still eating pig's bums, well, I just sit back and laugh at that. I just think, well, you'll take another billion years before you wake up, dear friend. And then you got the flat earthers who are preaching, a church god. Oh yes, we're the center of God's creation, and God is like this, and God is like that, and they're describing a globalist God. They're describing Santa God, in my opinion. So I see that too. I see these great YouTubers making wonderful flat Earth videos, but then they insert Santa God, and they talk about how wonderful it is to eat bacon and how good it is. So yes, everything is growing, and everyone is at different levels. But the highest, if you want to go to the top, if you want to be at the top echelon of intelligence and spiritual practice, be a syncretist. That's what I'm teaching. I'm teaching the whole package, not to just embrace one truth or some truths, not to practice some good things but not others. For instance, you'll get some people who are right into yoga and meditation, but they eat pig's bums. Well, the good work you put in one area is destroyed by the bad work you do in another area. Either you do everything good and properly and embrace all modalities of goodness, or just be like the worldlings who are perishing from day to day from the abundance of their stupidity.
I wanted to say, realizing that
in other words,
beginning, but realizing the implications of what it actually means, is the whole journey beyond there.
Yeah, for me, I'm not going to be a pig bum eating flat earther. I'm going to be perfect in my practice. I'm going to be a vegetarian flat earther. Just to give you an example, okay? So for all the flat earthers who, are proudly posting how clever they are that they've discovered the flat earth, but they're eating pig's bums, that's just an individual whose words are like farts in the air, and they will always be, and they will never be considered as anyone, and they'll never consider themselves as anyone serious, because either you do all modalities of truth practice, or you stay behind, and I see a lot of people that are just, they're just going to stay behind because they're not doing all of the modalities. Spirituality is about everything. It's about health as well. We should be embracing health modalities of healing rather than taking big pharma. There's another thing. You see a lot of so-called truthers. They've got more addictions.
Sorry, Matt's taking his microphone off. Matt, did you want to say something to Santos, because you've taken your microphone off?
Yeah, I gotta head off to bed here in a second. It's getting late over here. My lady has to work early. That's some funny stuff. And yeah, you're right on the food, the meat. That's something that I've been fighting with too. I still eat meat, man. I was raised on red meat. It is what it is. But I'm proud to say I'm down to 2 meals of meat a week. I mean, my body has to have it. I didn't like coming off of it. But last 3 days been straight vegetables. I'm doing pretty good there.
Yes, I must admit I feel better when, not eating meat. You just don't realise. And anyway, I think it was Frankie. She said to me, "You're eating that animal's soul, really. You're eating," and I was thinking about it like that. It sort of turned me right off now, eating meat. It's not that I didn't know it, but I didn't talking about it and sort of like someone's, I don't know, it just made me think more.
Yeah, there's a so-called truther in Australia who's very loud and proud about his, you know, alternative media achievements, but he has idiots on his show promoting the paleo diet. Yes, murdered pigs' bums and murdered cows' bums and murdered fish bums, chicken bums. If you're eating a dead animal, you are a dead animal. There's there's no two ways about it. You cannot argue around it. You cannot argue any way. In the West, all the Pythagoreans and Platonists were vegetarian. Why was the names Plato and Pythagoras synonymous with vegetarianism for 3,000 years or 2,000 years before we started actually, you know, labeling it vegetarianism? All the Neoplatonists, Porphyry, Plutarch, Iamblichus, they were all vegetarians. Why? Because they were spiritual men. Spiritual people do not murder animals and do not eat them. And there's no argument. There's no comeback. There's no arguing that we need it or, you know, feel better or feel whatever. It's murder. There is no place for it in any scriptures at all whatsoever. So, and there's no judgment either. I'm not going to sit and judge any, because at the moment I do, anyone can point to me and see, you know, that I'm not perfect. I'm way far from perfect. My actions, you know, from time to time show that and reveal that. My preach does not come from, you know, self-righteousness. It comes from righteousness.
You understand it. You've understood it. That's what's happened, isn't it?
Yeah. My preach comes from honouring the truth, which is perfect, not me that is perfect. My preach comes from honouring all the things that will benefit us and are ultimate absolute truths. We cannot deny these truths. We have to embrace those people. We must. If we want to be the complete package, we need to advance in all areas.
You've got to do it properly. Simple. You've got to do it properly.
Yes.
Santos, can I just say that Matt wants to say goodbye? He's got to go. That's why he's taking his microphone off.
Yep.
Matt?
Yeah, you guys have a good night. I'll listen to the day a little bit later in the morning.
Okay, Matt, you're a bit. There's a bit of feedback going on here. Just want to say. Do you just want to say goodbye then?
Yeah, I'm sending you a couple pictures to share with the group as far as what you're talking about. I want to say good night to you guys, and I'll listen to the tail end of this when I wake up in the morning. I've already been up 20 hours today.
Oh, golly. Thank you so much for coming on, Matt. And are you glad that you've had a nice chat with Santos now?
Yes, this has been great, Santos. I enjoyed having the time with you, brother.
Thanks, Matt.
Likewise. Absolutely wonderful, Matt. Thank you very much. Thank you kindly for joining us. That was just amazing. Thank you, brother.
Go, Matt.
Thank you. You guys having a good night. Hey, take a look at these pictures. You're going to be pretty interested with this stuff. These are star shapes. It's all star shapes, angel math.
Okay, send them to the chat then, Matt.
Yeah, sending them over.
Thank you, my darling.
Thank you.
Bye then, Matt.
All right, later.
Bye, darling. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, darling. Probably just got a tiny break because I did actually interrupt Santos. But Dee has a question. Dee?
Well, yeah, question from chat, actually. I mean, it was a little bit earlier, but we've got a guy called Flat Enough. I assume he's talking about Newtonian gravity, but he's asking what your thoughts are. Is it a push from above or a pull from below? I mean, I don't know whether it's a trolling question or not, to be honest.
Is this about gravity?
Yeah. Like I said, I assume he's talking about Newtonian gravity as well.
Well, yeah, Newtonian gravity. See, the thing is, it's impossible to transmit, with just words to an individual these days who've been so educated on this Newtonian science, the subject of gravity. It's just impossible. Why? Well, because the model of gravity is always associated with the earth, and how an apple falls to the earth, and how things fall to the earth. You see, while we just keep that model and that association in our mind when we think of the word gravity, we will never be able to free our minds to understand what's really going on. Okay, things fall to the earth because they are heavy. They are heavier than the medium in which they are. See, some things will fall in the air, but they will not fall in the water. Why? And they'll float in the water. Why? Well, because they are more buoyant than the density of the water, whereas they are lighter. Whereas they are heavier than the medium of air. So it's medium specific, you see. And so using the Earth model to talk about gravity is just so it's so misleading. What scientists refer to when they talk about gravity is actually dielectric acceleration. So it's not a force, it's an acceleration. For a start, this is the big deception. They call it the force of gravity. Well, it cannot be a force, right? It has to be the opposite of a force, which is an acceleration. So dielectric acceleration is what gravity really is. And what is that? Well, it's the opposite of the repulsion effect that you get from magnetism. It's the opposite, because what you have with a magnet is you have equal and opposite lines. There's force and motion, magnetism, and there's inertia and acceleration, dielectricity. So that's what gravity really is. It's the opposite of the magnetic repulsion principle, or force and motion, and that is inertia and acceleration. Things are seeking their rest in that null point, that transcendental counterspatial null point, where in the middle of a magnet, where things are attracted. They appear to be pulled into that middle of the magnet, because that attraction, that's actually an acceleration. It's not a force. See, but the best way to explain magnetism and gravity would be with magnets. Okay, not the Earth. You've got to just eliminate the Earth, right? You just can't use it at all whatsoever. It's like saying we're going to use the price of fish in China for the gold, the price of gold on the stock markets. They're two different worlds. They're two different concepts, really. It's totally a different universe we're talking about. And so this is where Newton's gravity got legs to travel all around the planet and get in every science textbook, because people are thinking of the globe and the apple falling on a globe, and they associate gravity with the globe. Whereas when you take both of them out of the question, neither of them exist. Gravity doesn't exist, the globe doesn't exist. So they're using gravity, a concept or a word or a thing that doesn't actually exist, with a globe that doesn't exist. So this is how bad people have been deceived. The word gravity for me is a beautiful word. It's the opposite of levity. What is levity or what is light will levitate. What is heavy will gravitate. So if you want to use it that way, it works really nice. It's a beautiful word. You see something falling out of the sky, it is gravitating toward the earth. Yes, but it's got nothing to do with bodies that attract each other. The attraction principle there is not gravity, because it doesn't exist. It is dielectric acceleration or dielectric voidance. With God force, which is magnetism, as magnetism reaches out and in divergent centrifugal lines of energy, those lines have their wave amplitude and their wavelength. They're not indestructible. They're not infinite. They have their limits. And where that limit is, that's the turning point, the U-turn, where the energy that is divergent then suddenly flips and becomes convergent and centripetal. And that's what gravity is. It's the opposite of magnetism. But it shouldn't be called gravity, because when we take it off the globe model that they use to explain gravity, then you're in scientific experiment world, where you can show, you can actually see with magnetism, you can show it, you can prove it, you can show it any time. You can do magnetic experiments to show the force of magnetism in the toilet, in the lounge room, in the science room, wherever you are, on your boat with a compass, all over the place you can do real science showing a real force, which is magnetism. But nowhere and no time in history have they ever detected a gravity wave. I mean, a couple of years ago, was it last year, they were so proud of themselves, all of these, companies that are stealing tax money for their to fund their projects, and the whole panel of gravity experts, and the one guy on the right, I remember him saying, "We've finally detected a gravity wave, and it's from it's from the galaxy whatever the name was, Gazildabub or whatever, some freaking." And we detected it over there, billions of light years away, and we've detected a gravity wave. Finally. So now what? Have they officially upgraded the gravity hypothesis to a fact? No, because like the particle accelerators that are looking for the God particle, they're looking for the wrong thing, because they're materialists. Materialists like particles. They like particle physics. Materialists love quantum physics, because they're looking for quantities to measure, so they can put a clock and a spatial measure, or a scale to weigh the quantities of this and the quantities of that. That's all very good when you're dealing in measurements and equations, but in reality, nature doesn't pay attention to those things at all. She doesn't care for those things at all. What nature dishes up is a wave phenomena world, electrical, powered by a magnetic pulse world. It's simple. The spiritual world is a pulse, it's magnetic. The material world is electrical, and it's a wave, which stupid pseudoscientists call particles. Because what they've done is they've confused the pulse for a particle. When they do the double slit experiment, for instance, what they're seeing with those interference patterns, positive and negative interference, or positive, destructive and constructive interference, rather, it's just the waves interfering, the outgoing divergent with the ingoing convergent centrifugal and centripetal waves. And they know it. They know how to explain their experiments correctly. They just refuse to, because what they're doing is they're seeing everything in reverse. They look in the mirror and they see their image and they think that that is how it looks. Well, it does, but in reverse. Okay, right is left and left is right. So they believe that image. That's how they see the world. Okay, so like when you're in a train next to another train, and that train commences to take off, you feel like you're moving, and the illusion is pretty believable. You think, oh wow, when you realize that it was the other train that was moving, you get shocked. It's just shocking. You know, you've tricked yourself, and you get caught out, and you think, I got tricked again. You know, I thought I could only be tricked like that when I was a little child, but I remember doing it the other day. Last month I was in a vehicle, and the other vehicle moved, and I really did believe I was moving, and yet we were still. So this is what's going on. People are believing their reversed illusions rather than flipping things back the right way and seeing them for how they really are. And what they're doing, hang on, I'll just read you a little quote.
Santos, can I just say something? You know, they told us that the light comes in and it's reversing your brain, and it's reversing your brain, and it's brain turning round. Is that? Do you believe that?
Yes. Yes, because this is how the senses work. This is why our senses, we need to trust our senses, but when we put the right information to feed to those senses. Okay, so for instance, with the eyesight, we know that we have blind spots in our eyes, don't we?
Yeah.
So our eyes, even when we have our eyes open and we say, I can see everything, we're not. There are blind spots. There's stuff in front of your eyes that you cannot see because it is totally and utterly blind to you within your field of vision. This is why, do you trust your sight or don't you? Well, you do. You have to. Your sight will save you from falling into a ditch, but it will not save you from that blind spot. And you can turn your head to the right, and a car can be right in the middle of that blind spot, and you think, right, nothing there. Look to the left. Again, the car is in the middle of your blind spot, and you trust your sight, and you go out, and you have a crash because you drive forward, and you didn't see that car. Well, that's your sight, your eyesight failed you because there is a blind spot there. And with all of our senses, this is what's going on. They are reversed, flipped over. There's different mechanisms and processes that go on before our brain registers what a sense is sending to it. So with all this knowledge, we can now master our senses and have better senses, make them more acute, make them more disciplined to true knowledge, to understand how the senses work. So Thomas H. Burgoyne, in his book, The Light of Egypt, Volume 1, The Science of the Stars, the Soul and the Stars, in the introduction, he talks about the difference between the truth of appearances and the truth of reality. Okay, and this is what he says. Before starting out on such a mighty and important undertaking, we must draw the reader's attention to the chief obstacle of the voyage, which is the voyage to acquire truth, absolute truth. And the one which he will have the greatest difficulty in surmounting. This hidden rock upon which so many otherwise profound students of the occult have been shipwrecked is the non-realization of the duality of truth, vis-a-vis the truth of appearances and the truth of realities. The former is relative only, but the latter is absolute. So this is what pseudoscientism spews out to the world and all of its adherents that swallow that vomit. That they are being taught the truth of appearances. For instance, if I grab an orange on a night when there's a full moon, right? And I grab that orange and I go outside and I take a couple of young children outside and I grab the orange and I put it in front of my eye to block the full moon. So the orange is now bigger than the moon because I can't see the moon behind the orange, right? And I say to the children, you see, my orange is bigger than the moon. This is how you can tell that the orange is bigger than the moon. And then you give the orange to the little child and you say, just put it in front of your eye. Can you see the moon behind the orange? And he says, no. And then you falsely teach him that the orange is bigger than the moon. Well, some children, if you continue to drill that into them, which is what they do in schools, they teach the truth of appearances, which is relative only, they will believe it. And this is what's happened. Relatively, the orange is bigger than the moon, yeah, from your perspective on Earth and from the position you've placed the orange. But in reality, it's the other way around. So this is how pseudoscience works. It's the truth of appearances, and they know that the appearance, the hearing, and the seeing, the two most important of the senses, they know how to deceive both of those. They're masters at this. They've been cultivating sciences and disciplines to control mankind and beat it into them how to control their senses, their eyes and their hearing, more than anything else.
It's so terrible, isn't it, that they have to go this far?
Well, they're desperate. They're parasites. What does a parasite do when you start terraforming your body and changing your diet and everything like that? Well, all those meat-eating parasites that were feasting on your Western blood and starch diet, they now start to panic because they won't have a home for much longer. And you've changed the diet on them. They were used to all that blood and starch. Now you've gone fruitarian or vegetarian, and you're just giving them raw vegetables, chlorophyll, and all of those good things, real minerals, real food. Well, those parasites, they have to go. And parasites will do everything and anything to continue living. That's all they live for, just to live. They don't live to, go to school, get a job, and, and learn and be spiritual. They live in darkness. They are the worm that dieth not in Scripture, the evil worm that dieth not. Most bodies, most people, especially very toxic ones, they're full of parasites. And the world is toxic and it's full of parasites, and it's people who know how to manipulate others, manipulate the system, manipulate energy, and have quite a comfortable life doing so. They have Cuban cigars, caviar, and champagne at their cocktail parties where they boast about their stocks and their bonds and how well they're going and how good the military industrial complex is serving them, etc. But that's just a materialist. That's what they boast in their achievements, whereas we boast in how we are creating spiritual worlds totally different to this world.
Do you think things are beginning to change now, Santos?
This is the beginning, of the end, for sure. There's no doubt about it. Don't ever doubt that. This is the beginning of the end. They are on borrowed time now. Borrowed, really borrowed. They are like the last little tapeworms that are hanging on in your intestines for the life of their, for their life, and they're slipping away.
Do you think they're trying to? They'll have to bring in.
Sorry?
Do you think they'll try and bring in martial law? Because once more people wake up, or people learn more about what they should, first.
Well, this is why they
Will
haven't brought it in yet.
Will they try? Right.
The reason they haven't brought it in is they know that it will be the last straw, because they see how people are reacting to their other false flags and their other schemes and state-sponsored terrorism and so they're starting to see that their cover is wearing thin now. And so if they were to bring in martial law, there will be an immediate revolt. That's not going to work for them. That'll work against them. They'll try other things like more chemtrails, more vaccinations. They'll before they actually take that big leap into martial law. I mean, I know England has got troops on the ground, but that's not exactly New World Order martial law that they have in mind. That's just like a little bit of a test run. But why, if that was such a powerful arm at their fingertip, why haven't they implemented it? Because they know that things have changed. 100 years ago, martial law, yeah, people would have gone along with that. Things were different. Now, with all the information people have at their fingertips, there's not going to be many people are now wanting freedom. People are now wanting to be free from the bullshit. There's so much bullshit everywhere, man. It's filled the earth. Demonic theories, upside down spinning, gravity, evolution and theories of relativity and big bangs. These are pure demonic stupidity, and people are not that stupid. They thought we were. Okay, we were. Well, we were. We were, and that's the active word there. Were, but now, no, I don't think. I think they realise people are not stupid. People are very, very clever and very, very intelligent, and even the ones they consider dumb, they're not as dumb as they think they are, and so they're going to be in for a surprise. They had days when an era when there was no internet, there was no instant information spread across the plane. Now it's different. So they will lose. That's how it was written. We wrote the script, and you're not going to be alive today so that tomorrow it can turn to a pile of shit. That's not why you are toiling and sweating and laboring to bring the truth to, the sleeping sheeple. That's not how it's going to end. It's going to end gloriously, as it always does.
One thing I've noticed, though, Sam, people were still growing lots of vegetables. They had lots, you had your little plot and grew your vegetables. Now, totally reliant on supermarket, on the government.
I wouldn't say that. I see people still growing. The right people are still growing. It's the people who, for now, just don't matter. It's like, talking to cardboard. If you were going to try and wake those people up, there you would be throwing your pearls to swine, definitely. But if you direct your energy and your attention in the right place, you will wake up the right people. Yes, and they are the ones that matter for now. The ones that don't matter now, one day they will, but it's not their time. And we don't need them. We don't need everyone. You don't need everyone. You need the critical mass.
So why do you think
you need the right one?
Why do you think some of them? Sorry? Why do you think some of us have been up there?
Well, I don't ask that question anymore. I just thank the universe and the Creator that I am awakened. I am what I am. You are what you are. You're not going to be you're not going to be walking in the shoes of people who deny their spiritual essence, their emotional beauty, their creator's beauty. It's not a question of, see, the question should be, why is it that they're not like us? Not why is it that we've awoken? I mean, the awoken way, mode is the way, you know. So it's not so much how beautiful and wonderful it is that we are on the path and we are where we are. It's just how unfortunate at the moment that these ones who are eating and drinking, buying and selling until the flood comes and sweeps them all away, where they'll be taken away to another plane, where they have to evolve and start again, growing their natures, growing their spirituality, and rebooting. You know, they have to just start from scratch again. That's sad. Anyway, guys, it's been three and a half hours. I'll have to go soon.
Sorry. Okay, can I ask you something? I just feel more sort of sensitive now. I've woken up. Not that I wasn't a sensitive person anyway, but a lot of people out there, it's just like The Walking Dead. It's like The Walking Dead.
Yeah. They are the Walking Dead. Let the dead bury the dead. Okay, so that's from the highest source, that expression, let the dead bury the dead. In other words, you know, you can't, if you're a potter and you make a vessel that has imperfections, well, either you sell it as a second, as they used to sell marble statues. You see, in Rome, the sculptor, he would have a shop and he would sell his marble statues. On one side of the shop, he would have pure marble with no imperfections. In other words, his sculpting chisel did not crack anything in the wrong place that he would have to fill with a wax, which was called cera. Okay, ceres. Ceres means wax. Cera or ceres with a C. I know I'm pronouncing it like a ch, but that's exactly how it is in Latin. Okay, so those ones would have to be sold at a reduced price, because where the cracks were formed, they had to fill those up with wax, and so these were not sincere. Something that is sincere is without wax. Sin in Spanish means without, in Latin. Sin, without. And cere, S-E-R-E, which is Ceres, the goddess of wax, means wax. That's why you have cera in Italian to this day means wax. Sincero means without wax, or sincere, meaning it's pure. Okay, no cracks. So the point is, if we decide that there's too many cracks in the potter's vessel that we've just made, or the statue, we have the power to break it and destroy it and make something else out of it. And so that's how it works with humankind. Those ones who are not ready yet, who are not worthy of the truth and the light, because they love the darkness and the ignorance, they will be destroyed. That's what happens when you die. That's a destruction. And then their soul and spirit have to go around and find a plane where they can evolve under certain karmic laws suited to their development. And they will be either they'll go to the sun or the moon or Mars or one of the 7 planets. Yes, you can live on the planets, but not physically, because they're not. Venus is not terra firma. It's a sonoluminescent gaseous body, and there are people, there are Venetians living there. They are called Venetians, and Martians are living on Mars, and lunar people are living on the moon. That's not the destiny that you ultimately want. You know, those heavenly planets are beautiful places to live, but they still suffer, you know, problems. So where we want to go is to the unconditioned realm of Vrindavan or Vaikuntha, beyond the white light, beyond you know, the heavenly planets like the sun and the moon. Although the Indians teach that the rishis go to the moon, you see, that's the first domicile after physical life. Well, this is true, but those are people who want to go to those places. If you aspire to go back to cause, Vrindavan, well, you will, as long as your practices are in harmony with the practices there. You can't be murdering. You can't have anything to do with the suffering of animals, for a start. So the main requirements are these, you know, our habits and practices must fit in with the realm. So you must have currency. You know, like if you go from one country to another, you have to change your currency at the money changes before you go in and do some shopping in another country. So that's called having the currency of the realm. And that's why you have to pay the ferryman to get you to the other side. That payment is the payment of, you know, buying the gold that will allow you to walk on the stairway to heaven, you see. There's a lady who's sure all that glitters is gold and she's buying a stairway to heaven. Well, that comes straight from Revelation, which is the book about ascension and how to transform and, you know, and ascend. And so you're buying gold, you're having, gold is the currency to get you to head heaven heaved up, Aries, the Lamb of God, which is in heaven, in your cranium, because the sun is the exalter of Aries and the sun is golden. And then the moon exalts in Taurus, which is the cerebellum. So the cerebrum is Aries, the cerebellum is Taurus. So if you want to get up into the indigo and violet crown chakra, head chakras, which are in heaven, head, heaved up, same word, well then you have to buy gold and silver. And so you have to have the currency of that realm. It's a higher realm. Whereas down below, the bottom chakras, well, that's all you know, devoted to earthly living and different currencies. Here you're dealing with you know, currencies of exchange, which we use down here, which is not gold and silver anymore, it's bits of paper.
Yeah.
So there's a big difference.
Yeah.
All right, guys.
It's always a pleasure, Santos. Thank you so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. All right, well, I'll catch you on the next one.
Yeah, of course. We love having you on our Hangouts. I just want to say that I think Santos is such a lovely man, such a gentleman, very kind.
Sorry, I muted you. Sorry.
You muted me?
No, Santos. Here's the echo.
Oh, right.
Oh,
Here's the echo.
Oh, right.
yep.
And,
Well, I
and
just
the
want
fact
to
that
return.
and the fact that you. Sorry, carry on.
Just want to return the thanks before I go. Thank you.
And also, if people don't realise that Santos is an what do you call it? You go out and you stand up for people's rights.
Yeah, well, sovereignty law activist. Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
If people don't know that.
Yep.
Thank you so much, Santos.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Take care, and we'll catch you on the next Hangout. All the best.
Yeah, man.
Yay! Thank you.
Enough.
Bye.
Enough the ideas to It's about. I think with together with Richard, the idea of what he came across about that particular native banking. What is it? Tribal
Yeah.
law or that's something interesting. It's probably what is the next level in this.
I hope everybody enjoyed that. If you understand that, even me, you can't explain everything in two words. It has to be an explanation. So I hope everybody enjoyed that.
We can do a month about this.
Because sit here for a month.
Yeah, for a month. It took me at least 4 months to see what is it, 70% of his work or something. And in the meanwhile, he built up a lot more as well. So yeah, it's actually so much information out there. It's a complete study on its own, actually.
Same when like you talk series about your research, everything is just so deep. Can't explain it in 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, and also interconnected. I mean, I rather refer to somebody else's material than to explain his material in my words. Actually go to the core of the information. That's the best. I can tell you about the movie, but to actually watch the movie in full emotional contact with the movie, and that's it. Yeah, that gives you a way better impression of what the movie actually was. In that sense, also read the book yourself. It's but yeah, actually to explain a complete experience of yourself into that, so that it's so complete that another can actually understand it, yeah, that will take a while. Same thing as my video.
Can I ask you something?
My own presentation is just how do you call that? The surface of how deep it actually goes. Probably I have no idea how deep it goes.
Deep. Everything's very deep, isn't it? And actually, you'd found some more information. I was hoping that maybe you could talk about it today, but that's another deep subject series. Maybe we should just save it for tomorrow or something, so that you can explain it, because I think you need to hang out yourself. Dee, I just wondered.
How part is going to be, and this is the.
Can we talk about that? Can we talk about this in another one, though, series? Because it's another deep subject. Like about an hour to explain it to everyone.
If you don't get the fourth, then you're not gonna get the sixth.
Well,
so series, he has to wait.
Yeah, so before you ask a question, Karen, I was just going to say it's kind of on the subject of what series was showing me there. It's just look, Turquoise Dragon, if anybody out there knows him, has apparently got a Discord channel that's talks a lot about sacred geometry and stuff. So I'm going to try and get a link for it, and next hangout I'll try and start putting a link out in the chat. But
thank you, Dee, for looking after the chat. I did see it whizzing a bit. Can I, Dee? Well, see what happens. I just wanted to ask, how many people are meat eaters and how many people aren't meat eaters?
I wouldn't have a clue. Yeah, no, I wouldn't have a clue. But yeah, go on, chat, if you guys can know the answer to that. I mean, I'd imagine it's probably 10 to 20% of veggies and the rest eat meat. Obviously,
going to answer.
Well, maybe 30% veggies, 10% vegans. I don't know. That's my guess. Speculation.
No animals eaten. Flat enough. Is vegan. How many people are in the actual chat room then, Dee?
There you go. Well, we've got 35 watching at the moment. I mean, we've got, I think, yeah, Tara Sunshine's a vegan. High Fruity You has put lots of fruit. I'm pretty sure she's a non-meat eater at least. John Sharp's not a flesh eater.
Well, that's everybody so far has not eating meat.
Yeah, Yeah. So, are there any meat eaters in the chat?
Yeah, I actually feel better for not eating meat. It's something I've only recently stopped. Suddenly, I suppose, when you wake up to flat Earth and you understand more, I don't know. It's not that it's the same thing because meat suddenly started just going off meat. Oh.
Once you realize it is the poison what is actually creating all the how do you call those things?
Sorry, Billy just put in the chat. Forgive me, I'm just done finishing eating chicken wings.
Yeah. I grew up next to a factory where they demolished the chicken out of the egg factories.
Mm.
Never eaten that chicken again.
Series, back to that picture that you've shown. Whether the chat room or the audience know, on Sunday, I have a discussion with Darren Nesbitt, Dave Marsh, obviously Series coming on, who's in the chat room. I think there's someone else and some members of Sun and Moon.
A guest as well? Another guest?
Yeah, there's a guest, another guest. I can't remember his name. I'm not looking at his name now. Chris. Are you going to save your picture for that series, or do you want to talk about it before?
Oh, this just came up tonight. I mean, somebody else's video gave me the idea of how to actually put the six-dimensional construct in order, in its order of the flower of life, within the flower of life.
I mean, I've asked a few people on for tomorrow. We've got Ryan from last Friday. I've asked Martin, who was in the chat group. Robert Forchek, if we match up in times, he'll come on for a bit. So tomorrow's a bit more of a, I suppose, a lighter discussion with different people. Yeah, on Saturday series, and you could talk about that diagram. Just you series.
Only me? Nobody else?
Yeah, well, you've been very good because if people don't know, Series is my group partner. Obviously, we're researching. Series came up with this information today, but hasn't talked about it today. So I was wondering, I mean, we will have to have the odd night off because it is quite tiring every day when you're actually out for hours every single day. But on Saturday, before Sunday, with this bigger hangout, if you wanted to, people
More than that, I don't know what the previous information actually is. And it's just developed, and I have really more ideas to actually connect it to the previous information. So it's kind of not ready yet.
Aha! Well, you want to wait then, series?
Yeah, the only thing I want to mention is I probably found a way for the sixth dimension.
Okay, well, we have been on here since 11 o'clock and it's now 3. Should we stay on till 3 o'clock series and like we've got 10 more minutes? Because are you feeling tired?
Oh, I'm tired, yeah.
Sorry,
It's 10.
sorry, Karen, can you give Helio Skeptic a spanner, please, if you don't mind? He's just in the chat now. It's just he's going to be going live in about 10 minutes, so it'd allow him to put a link into the chat.
Oh,
Helio Skeptic. So I know I've spoken to him loads in the past. I definitely trust him.
So he will come back on other hangouts, you mean?
Yeah, I imagine he'll come back on other hangouts. He's been listening for the past 2 hours, he said. But yeah, no, like I say, I've spoken to him loads and stuff as well, so I do trust him.
oh, he
Cool.
doesn't
We just
close the whole URL, just /user channel or URL. only the last
Thank
part.
you for everybody that's been nice in the chat room and just been chatting away or listening. I don't know why. Well, anyway, all the people, I could suddenly see all these horrible things, and Dee had blocked it all, so I knew that they were saying something. I don't on here. We don't and hassle them and call them horrible names.
Yeah.
Respect, everybody. Respect. Very lacking nowadays. And if you listen to Santos, he's one of the most respectful men, apart from you, series and Dee. Oh, and Patricia's lovely. You're a woman, Patricia. As men go, so respectful. These two men on my hangout, series and Dee, such respectful men. Hey. Got to learn to respect each other again as humans. So anyway, that's my thoughts. I hope everybody else feels the same, because it's the one thing that's missing nowadays is respect.
Humbleness.
Patricia,
Needs.
humbleness, yeah, or empathy. Empathy.
Equal plane. The equal plane of walking, of no stepping on each other, no putting somebody on pedestals. Equal layer of learning to know each other. Learning.
Communicate. To communicate.
The commune.
Because that's what's missing, isn't it? It's communication is always missing. Patricia, are you there? Patricia? Is Patricia fallen asleep? Because it's quite late here in the UK. It's 3 o'clock in the morning here in the UK. But I suppose when you're a flat earther, you never go to bed early anyway.
Yeah, luckily I waited till we finished broadcasting live the other night till I fell asleep.
Yeah.
I've got a picture of Dee slumped.
Yeah, I'll do a quick preview for the crowd, shall I? I think it was something like that, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
It was about 4 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, it was getting late.
Anything to say, Dee? Did you enjoy that talk today? Some of it, like some of the
No, it was really great in the chat as well. There was a nice flow going both sides in the Hangout chat and in the panel chat and in the YouTube chat. So yeah, it's been really good.
Okay.
But I think if you listen to Matt talking, he couldn't say it in 5 words. It had to be quite a long explanation, because this bit leads to this bit and this bit leads to that bit, and then it just goes on and on and on.
Yeah, well, I did put I linked his channel a few times as well in the chat, so hopefully a few people have subbed him now. Like I said, to be honest, like I say, he loses me in a few places when it comes to the black and white thing, and there was something else that I can't bring to mind at the moment, but it was like he was talking about color, light, and then talking about it as if it was like paint or something, and color paint does not mix the same as light color mixes.
With color and paint are the opposite ways of each other's color mixing.
Yeah.
That's where you lose it, because you're used at colors, at light colors.
Yeah, because light, obviously I've shone light through a prism. I've seen it split into its separate colors. But paint, I've put lots of paint together, and yes, it turns black. So
maybe he just meant colors. He just used the word paint.
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I mean. That's why he lost me. Maybe it's just the way he talks about it. I don't know. But like I said, don't get me wrong. A lot of what he was saying was resonating. But I'm just saying he lost me in a couple of places. That's all.
Yeah, I've worked with both sides. I mean, also painting and such. Yeah, I knew that about mixing paint, that you have indeed the yellow instead of the green in color, or the lime actually. Lime is the full green color. You have your red, green, red, green, blue. Instead of red, yellow, blue.
Very quickly, just check that bit you were showing us with the two pyramids like this. Is that where the Analemas meet, or is that a different point?
No, this is the baseline of the fifth dimensional.
He's going to talk about it now.
Of the fourth dimensional axis, and upwards is then sixth dimensional. And in the middle you have then this double pyramid in a trilateral triangles together within this circle again, and then from the base to the top as well, the same circle. And I'm going to build that up with all the chakra systems as well. See how that works out. I'm not sure how I connect the side thing of the whole fifth dimensional thing here, but it's a way to actually fold it into the circle it is. To go from the circles instead of being stuck in the 3D part of it.
Yeah. Well, you've not been in 3D for a long time, have you? Series 4, 5, on to 6.
Yeah.
For the people who are left, you know, you've got a saying is in those dimensions. What I feel I can say. Explain that, Series.
What saying?
What I think I can say. What I know I can. You know, you've got your.
Yeah. I see 7D. I think about 60. What I'm figuring out here. I talk about. I can put 5D in words, but I'm actually mostly talking about 4D. And what people mostly understand is just a cube of 3D. Oh, is this stupid cube again? Get out of that box, in a sense. There's more than a box. And that's all you have been told there is. What Santos was telling about, that cube thing where you are mad, one of them. The cube thing where you are put in and cut off, and that's what exists. Nothing else exists. It's all rubbish. And then in the meanwhile, that's part of you.
I sort of realise a bit what Matt was saying about the colour in the hair. You know, most human hair is two-toned. You have a colour which you can see, and then on it a bit, you can see another colour in your hair.
Yeah, a lighter form.
My original colour, even though I was very dark brown, if the sun shone on me, I had red hair in it. It sounds stupid, but you know, if you're listening to some of this stuff you do catch up with on YouTube, like that lady who was what's the ones in New Zealand? I'm sorry, I'm really tired. What's the native person in New Zealand? Maori, sorry. She originated from Prussia. When this mass exodus happened, people trying to get away from in Prussia, and then ended up moving to other parts of the. It's just they've lied about the history and how it really happened. But it's these people fleeing from this regime. Do you hear me?
Yeah, sorry. I really need to go to the toilet.
Series, we're telling 31 people.
Well,
maybe
it looks like Tim Osmond's found us, so. Oh, come on, Kate. Everyone knows Tim Osmond.
Be back in a second. All right.
Oh, okay, you're coming back. Okay, well, we are going to end soon because 11 o'clock, but I don't really know who he is, Series. I mean, D. I don't really know who he is.
Oh yeah, you don't get on the hangout scene too much, do you? So yeah, no, he's well, he's the biggest, no, most nefarious troll, sniper of hangouts, pretty obnoxious person overall.
Blocked him.
Yeah. Well,
Sorry,
the
it's
trouble is he can be polite when he wants to be, so he tricks a lot of people that way. But I've seen too much from him, so.
I don't mean to be horrible, people, but you know, like I want this as much as possible to be a safe place and a place where everybody's happy as much as possible. Communicating doesn't mean you'd have to agree on everything, but I just can't, you know, when Dee's blocked them, they've just been swearing or saying horrible things. What's the point? I don't know. Maybe there's just a lot of angry people out there.
Oh, he's got a million sock accounts as well. Oh, bloody hell. Oh, he's the one troll I could have done without finding us, really. I knew it was going to happen eventually, but
I don't know the people on the chat panel apart from him. I mean, do you find it fun going to someone else and, you know, like some other site and just swearing and having a go? I just find that boring.
yeah, no, I mean it's not for me either. I've got to say, I'm not.
I thought the whole point of us sort of finding each other now was so that we may not all agree on the same things, but it was about each other. And
I don't see the point for making a war for an island. I won't make war for any island. I want to explore them. I want to lay bridges. I want to explain my island. But it's all we see. How can you make war for what you see? You can explain it. Try to make somebody else look at it in a sense. The disagreeing or agreeing, yeah, it's more a question, do you actually see what I'm trying to explain?
Oh, bloody hell.
I'm not being horrible to anybody in the chat room who's listening, but if people are just going to do whatever, just take them out the chat room.
Yeah, no, I'm blocking. But like I say, sorry, I was off looking for Helio's links. I noticed he went live. So I've just put Helio Skeptic's link in because we're about to be going off anyway. So and he's just gone live.
All right.
Okay. Well, it's now just gone 3 o'clock in the morning. Do you think we should end this hangout then? It's just I can see loads of people sitting there. I hate to sort of go when there's loads of people sitting there, but
Tim's not going to let us chat in the chat now, so this is as good a time as any to stop. He does like to ruin things, but we've come to an end anyway. So
thank you very much if people have been here from the beginning or anybody that's joined. We've had a really nice chat or listening to Santos and another very intelligent young man. Shall I? Well, we're back tomorrow at 8. Guess. So watching and should we have our group hug with who's left?
yeah, I'm always up for a group hug.
Group hug.
Till the next hangout.
Group hug.
And keep it flat.
Group
Yeah,
hug.
cheers everyone out there.
Yeah, and group hug for everybody.
Sorry.
For everybody who's watching.
All right.
See you tomorrow. Thanks very much. I'm going to stop broadcasting now. Thank you very much.